This platform is independent, and we wanted to work with everyone across the spectrum. So folks are invited to share what they know, and the viewers makes their choice, and we ask the questions, and we give the just the opportunity to answer.
This craziness, man, I do not care. Why am I so anti-establishment? Because of what I've seen the establishment do to people. That's why I cannot be pro-establishment.
Power is in the hands of the people. And it really did. What we all witnessed is the government, they knew that they're heading in the wrong direction. They knew Gambians are speaking in the same voice.
What law in the books that says the government has power to come out and go after folks' private citizens' properties and demolish them because somehow the government interest?
The only way that we can salvage our country is when everybody gets their hand dirty. Don't sit there with your expertise and just to procrastinate everything that people say or pontificate, what everybody says or does. Let's get our hands dirty.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Another Sunday for the people, by the people. Here we go again. Brother Marong, good to see you. It's been a minute though.
Good to see you, Father Mose.
3
weeks. Three
days. And man, that's not good. That's definitely not good. I like that, Father Mose. I gotta push back on that. And that's what really got this show going.
You're not getting that for the past 3 weeks. Is that what you meant?
No, sort of, kind of, because if you're behind it's not the same. It's definitely not the same. But it's good to see you back, and of course, I've been hearing your voice, no doubt. But I think it's different when like the Senegalese will say, "face à face."
Okay, good.
So
I'm here. I'm here, all reported in and ready to get to work, Father Mose, after 3 weeks intermittent break, but I'm back. Take care of business.
Well, I like this one.
Hey, Jeraba is here.
Yes, and then of course we were scheduled to have Nyau, but for whatever reason, Pasamba has been trying to go back and forth, left him a message. But it looks like it's not going to happen, unfortunately. It would have been nice to have Nyaur. I like Nyaur. I think he's a straight shooter. I mean, he's been around. He knows the issues very well. Anytime I watch this Sunyureo, I'm always impressed with his angle. Really, a very passionate fellow. Sometimes, obviously, I disagree with him completely, but I like his passion, I like the way he comes across. So hopefully one of these Sundays he will join us, because there's no doubt we want to hear from folks like him as well. Yeah. So, Brother Marong, so what's new?
Oh, a whole lot. You tell me. You are very engaged on Facebook. So, what's going on? Give us an update. What's going on?
Well, I guess we're going to talk about the utterances from Joe Colley. Very concerning. I mean, and everybody's been talking about that. Everybody's been talking about what's up with UNC and their registration. I mean, what's holding it up? I mean, and everybody is really talking about that. There's also talking about what is happening at the registration, People believe that there are a lot of njut that is going on. I mean, we saw the incident at Tujereng with the chairman and some of his utterances that now someone has to die. I mean, so we need to talk about those things. Was it figure of speech, or was it tough talk, or is it just bravado? All of that. And I also put out something on Facebook, Brother Marong, about these young people, the registration. Because I was just driving to work, and it occurred to me that, you know what, the most important thing for every citizen is to take charge and be part of the solution, rather than, somehow hoping that change is going to happen without one getting involved. So I thought, let me put something together, and maybe it will reach the young people to understand that change can happen, but unless each and every one of us play our part, and that starts with having a voter's card. I'm going to see whether I can play the video. Let me see. What is this thing here? Let me see whether I can play the video, if it's possible. Good afternoon to all the youngsters that are out there. I just want to take a moment of your time. Here we go. Independent Electoral Commission is conducting registrations for all the people that do not have a voter's card. You see, all of us, when it comes to the future of our country, we have to take responsibility. If you are 18, or you will be 18 in December, make it your responsibility. Get a voter's card. You see, you can complain all you want. You can get on a boat and say Baza or Barsach. You can do all of that. You can talk about the corruption. But there is an easier way. Arm yourself with a voter's card and seize the moment and take charge of your future and your destiny. You can do that. You can bring about the very change that this country needs. Look, I know who I'm going to vote for. I don't have to tell you who to vote for. That is your right as a citizen. All I'm asking for, get a voter's card, all you young people. And vote for the person that will transform this country. Vote for a person that will give us a new constitution. Vote for a person that will directly confront affordability issue. Vote for a person that will unify the country. Vote for a person that will give you a future. No one is going to do it for you. So again, it's your time. Take a moment. Go out there. Ask questions. Get a voter's card. If you do that, we will begin to bring about change to the Gambia. If you fail to do that, come December 6th, when the results have been announced, you have no right. Don't complain, because you fail to take your responsibility. Democracy is not a spectator sport. It's about participation. It is about getting involved. It is about getting your hands dirty. It starts with get a voter's card. If you do that, if you just get a voter's card, win or lose, you've done yourself what a citizen is supposed to do. Thank you very much. Go out there, get a voter's card. Let's bring about change come December 6th. Thank you very much. So, so that was the public announcement, Brother Marong. I thought I believe that change would happen if young people, get up and get a voter's card and line up and vote their conscience and vote for their future. Because again, it's their future. And I'm just hoping upon hope that they will not just sit on their laurels and then just talk about change and complain, talk about this, talk about that, which is fine. We can do that. But we can also do that by taking our responsibility, because at the end of the day, no one is going to become president unless and until we vote for that individual. Really, no one. So I'm hoping that the message would get to the young people. And I'm also the ones that are watching, especially here in the diaspora. Most of us are not going to be voting because we all know it was a deliberate attempt to deny us the opportunity to vote. I mean, unless and until you go and register and basically buying an airline ticket, and then come December, you fly back to vote. So they're throwing all this to kind of make it very difficult for us to vote. But we have nieces and nephews, we have brothers, and I think we should all call them, help them, discuss with them, prop them, tell them to go get a voter's card. I mean, that's what I have been doing. I've been calling my nephews and saying, hey, make sure that your kid go out there and register, especially the ones that I know that they're 19 or they'll be 18 in December. I'm like, demanga utal ko, karta voters katambi, and make sure that they get ready for December 5th. Because you guys call me here and complain all you want. Yeah, uncle, degabi davanadi, mangi wara face sumali, mangi wara face sumala. I mean, I have too many nephews. I mean, it's almost impossible. So I'm urging you guys, in as much as I keep helping you, to also let's all help each other. Let's get a voter's card and let's vote for the change that we believe it will give you an opportunity to confront the affordability issues that you've been dealing with. When you vote, you're voting against the very corruption that is denying you the issues that we have. Keep talking. Pasamba is calling me on the other line.
Yeah, thank you, Father Mose. I've watched the video, and I think the sales speech is forthcoming, and you're appealing to folks. If they want change, they have a part in the process, and that part starts with registration. And I really, really think that's very, very important. So I hear you loud and clear. But I think I'll just go further. Besides the young voters, everyone who has not registered needs to register and exercise their civic duty, which is the right to vote if they meet the requirements, and that's very, very essential. So, I mean, if you think about the total number of voters that registered and who actually went to the polls, there is always some type of variance. But I am appealing to everyone to definitely look at that and get out there. They have a schedule, follow the schedule, get out there. And if you want change, your vote is your voice and you need to exercise that. So I think it's very, very important. Despite diaspora don't vote, but we also are key stakeholders. Our families listen to us. We provide for them, and we just need to talk to them and make sure that they are engaged, fully engaged, and register to vote. I think that is very, very important, and it's part of an essential part of our democratic process. So, which is very, very key in ushering change that we desire for the future. So that's critical.
I see somebody is urging you not to join the Musa party. Don't worry about Uncle Sariang Lamin. The guy is a very independent-minded person. No one can make him join any party. I can guarantee you that. And I wouldn't worry too much about that. And yes, we will be joined actually by Esanjai. in the next 15 minutes. I just got a call from Pasamba. I mean, he was one of the guys that we were kind of trying to get hold of when we didn't hear from Nyaur. So at least we will be joined by him. Esa has been, he's been on this show before, and he's been out there on Kid Fatu and making his analysis. And it would definitely be very refreshing to have someone like him join us this afternoon. At least he can put the meat on the bone of what's been going on. So, Brother Marong, what's your take on this registration so far? It's just lots of commotion. I mean, finger pointing, and see, Gambia has become a totally different country, and especially from the opposition, because they believe that free and fair election only doesn't happen at the day of the voting, and that you have to really make sure, especially during the registration process, that everything is transparent, free, and fair. If you really want to see a free and fair elections, and I really admire some of the moves that I have been seeing, but for me, it's a question of there's a lot of political theater. I am not sure the effectiveness of it. Are we doing some of these things for sure? That's where I am a little bit concerned. Not to discourage or to say that whatever people are doing is totally unnecessary. No. But, Brother Marangman, I do believe now, if the opposition are serious about making sure that only Gambians, and I mean not just Gambians with a birth certificate, because we all see that having a birth certificate alone doesn't mean that you're a Gambian. So, and I've seen pictures of supposedly young people, 12, 15, that are supposedly being registered. And to me, I'm thinking, we had 5 years to get ready for this. There's a lot of talk about opposition coalition, but there are things that we can work together. What was that thing that Apex came up with and they all signed on the dotted line? What was it called again? Trivergence? What was it called again? I forget the name.
Transvergence or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. Meaning, the opposition will come together, they will not say anything bad against each other, and find common ground on things that we can work among ourselves. And I'm thinking, if we were to explore that relationship, we put our resources together, wherever IEC, wherever they go, and they're registering people, we have our representative. And I mean, not just 1 or 2 or 3, but they are there. Not to say that you can register or you cannot register, not to create political theater, none of that. If I see somebody that I am absolutely, or at least think that this person is underage and shouldn't be voting, we have our pen and paper, we take the registration number of that individual, and then we keep it on our file. If we do that at every registration center, by all of us, the opposition working together, that's what I call being serious and not playing political theater. When it's time for the revising cards, we have 3,000 or 4,000 names of individuals that we believe should not have registered. We will challenge each and every one of them. That person would have to come to prove otherwise. But bro, Bini, Lila, birth certificate is forgery, get the police involved, confront the police officers. Why are you allowing this, allowing that? I know some are saying, why you garuwale? Be like garuwale uma. I'm just saying that there is something that is not very effective about that. Now, if all we want to do is to say, these elections have already been stolen, just so that come December 6th, the results are announced, we can say, oh, election sacha. Well, that's not going to help us. We want to make sure to stop them from stealing it. Yes, I absolutely agree. But let's implore effective ways of doing it. And we still have time to do that. And I'm just hoping upon hope that we do whatever it takes to make sure that only Gambians are allowed to register and only Gambians should be voting. And then anyone who is underage should not participate in this political process. I seriously believe that. I don't know what's your take on that, Brother Marong.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I've seen the snippets of those situations whereby, folks went to the polling stations and registration centers and raised concerns. Here's two things that how you could, if you really know someone doesn't have the required age and wants to register at that moment, I think IEC can step up because they've already put out they've had 2,000 invalid registrations where people register and they are not eligible. And I think all these things needs to be worked out, and that's where everyone needs to work as a team,
Mm-hmm.
But I also think at that moment, rather than leaving them out, what do you do? What is the right recourse if you know that this individual is young and doesn't meet the age criteria to register? It's a minor, for example. How do you do that? Are you just going to take the registration and say, I'm going to wait for the reversing court, or you need to communicate to the IEC at that moment and say, hey, this individual, we need to do a due diligence, because you don't want to stack too much work when you can effectively, squash that moment. I mean, that is, but the way you do it without interrupting the process is very, very important as well, right? This is all dialogue because everyone in there, they work as a team. So obviously, parties are part of that process. And definitely it's true. Elections are won during registration. So if they do tabulation, whatever, one party or another do their tabulation and think that they need to put 2,000 more voters who are not eligible to vote for them because they know those are their solid supporters, I mean, it comes into question. So why would folks sit out and wait? But I think again, without disrupting the process, you want to communicate to the IEC, the officials who are overseeing that process, and raise your legitimate concern, have them addressed it. I mean, some of these issues can be addressed right there. They don't have to wait for the reversing court. I think I'll agree with you. You can take the information and, when that time frame comes in, where they give them 2 weeks to validate the registration toll, they can match those records against the overall toll.
Absolutely.
If they still see that those individuals are still on the registration list, then they can raise their concern. But I think, if you definitely, IEC, political parties, they all knew who is eligible, who is not eligible. I'm not talking about the vigilantes, about questioning somebody's citizenship. That's totally different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that I am not interested in all that, right? Who am I, Sarian, going to a registration
right.
center and saying this guy is speak Fula or he speaks a little bit of Jola and he's not a he's not a Gambian citizen? I mean, that's not fair anywhere in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is not the job of those who are doing that. What they need to oversee is whether these folks are in fact violating the process and they are not eligible. And there is ways how to go about it.
Absolutely.
The first instant is tough. There's police officers out there, and then there's IEC officers. Communicate to them.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there are other people. Gambia participates. Is there as a non-affiliated observant. I mean, you communicate, and you guys bring that to the table. And obviously, what we want is we want a fair process. We want a fair elections. People, you go sell your agenda, mobilize, have voters vote, go out there, talk to them, and put your agenda forward. I mean, let them buy on your agenda and vote for you into the office. That's what all of us aspire. And that's what all of us want the outcome to be. Not registering someone because you think, or group or number of people because it advantages you and it disadvantages other parties. And I think we all should discourage that. And at the end of the day, this should be a peaceful process.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is going to be our second phase post-dictatorship for Gambians to get out there and vote in a very fair and free elections, guided by democratic principles, access to the media, and folks, exercising their rights, airing out their divergent views without being censored. I think those are important, and we need to recognize all that as well because it's part of the process. But I really, really hopefully think that, folks could come into agreement and work as a team. I mean, it's a team effort. I mean, today, someone might be questioning, voter process. He might be eligible to vote, but down the road, you might be able to convince that individual to vote for your party or your candidate. So it's very important that we respect the process. We also respect individual rights, guided by the guidelines set forward in meeting that criteria to vote, to be an eligible voter. I think if we do that, then everything will be okay. But I think the ongoing pasturing, confrontation, and all that doesn't help with the process.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. Again, I want to believe that there is a process in place. In other words, the protocols that everyone should follow. And I think this is really important. At the end of the day, if I'm at a registration center and somebody comes up, whether the person speaks a certain language or I'm suspicious of that person's legibility, that can this person actually, whether it is he looks young or whatever, and I have a question about that. Like you said, I mean, I'm there to monitor. I'm there to make sure that only qualified Gambians can actually register. And I have my suspicion. The question becomes, what's the protocol? If the protocol is to raise the issue with the IEC, I think you should do that and say, hey, I don't know that, but this person doesn't look, call their attention to it. Because most of the people that are going there, they either have this attestation, and that's one of the requirements, or they have a birth certificate that can even be forgery, because based on what we're even hearing from Chono Jalo, there are birth certificates that have been forged. So having a birth certificate alone doesn't mean that you should be able to register. Heck, there are a lot of non-Gambians that even have our passport. So by me saying that, well, this is a questionable character, I don't think this person should register. What do I do? For me, it's the protocol that is accepted. If the protocol is to raise your issue, then do that. If the protocol is you can take the information of that individual because you have your doubts, then do that. What you cannot do, I think, is to do something outside of the rules of the game or the rules of engagement, if you want to call it that. Because what that would do is to just create chaos. Is this going to bring, shouting my disagreements with the police? I don't think that is helpful. Do I trust the process? Do I have faith in the process? No, I don't. I really don't. Am I completely have faith with the IEC? No, I don't. But there are individuals that I have faith within the IEC, that they are driven to do things right. And those are the people that I'm going to align and support them, because at the end of the day, they will do the right thing. But, you know, in elections in Africa, we all know, is full of these kind of things. And we should do whatever it takes to fight it. The question is, how do you fight it? How do you go about it? I think to follow the rules, and I think it's important. But if it adds to the chaos, I don't think that is helpful to the process or the registration itself. I mean, that's just, so I hope, you know, because for the IEC chairperson, obviously the deputy chair, they say that almost 2,000 double registration, whatever that means. I mean, that is very concerning. What does it mean? And maybe we would try to bring Chorno on this platform and try to understand that. Does it mean you, Sariang Maron, registered in 2021 and then you lost your voter's card? You didn't tell anyone, you already registered. And then you go back and say, you know what, man, suma voter's card, I'm just going to go ahead and register again. Is that the double registration? Or is it Musa Jeng going out there registering once in Banjul and then go and register in Kaur? Is that the double registration? Because that would be very concerning. So hopefully we will be able to get the IEC come on the show and kind of help us understand some of the things that that they brought up. But very, very, very concerning. Again, I totally agree with your analysis. In like elections are definitely, they're not won at the day of the voting, you know. And the fact that we already have 900,000 registered voters, how legit is those 900,000? It's something else, you see. And this is where it gets a little bit, I think we should be very effective. And we can, individual parties cannot do it alone. I mean, if you ask me, I mean, I don't think it's very effective. If we think this system is a sham, that it's already cooked, it's already baked, I think the opposition should come together and say, you know what? We don't trust the registration that we have right now. We don't trust it. And that's the way you can actually fight this. But for each individual party doing your own thing, I'm not sure how effective that would be, if you ask me.
So Musa, I think the other thing too is the IEC, the chairman highlighted the double registration.
Correct.
But I also did not hear from him, what are they doing? The mitigation plans, what are they doing to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Mm-hmm.
Because right after when he said that, there were instances where folks raised questions again. So I am not sure what their mitigation strategies are, and what they are doing, the controls that they put in place to ensure that that didn't happen. Because I think that is very important to reassure all the key stakeholders that
Correct.
we recognize the process is not perfect, but this is the process. This is the controls that we put in place to ensure that that didn't happen. The remedies, I did not hear that. And I think, you know, all these political parties, they are there to help. All they are asking is a fair process. I think we all could agree. I'm not advocating to question somebody's citizenship, but also we also know that only people who are eligible to vote should register to vote.
Yeah.
If you are not eligible, you have no business or place to be near those registration centers and trying to obtain a registration card. In fact, even if someone tried to convince you to do that, and I think desensitization process, and we just can't fault all the political parties for this, because IEC should not have with the police to sensitize people and let them know that what are the rules, and if you break those rules, what does the law say if you get caught? And I think all these things leading to this process would have been very beneficial. Community engagements, talking to people. If you are if you're a non-Gambian, you should not take part in the process. If someone had to go to you and convince you to register, you should not do it. This is the way you should go about it. You should contact A, B, and C to report those situations. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but you exhaust all these avenues.
Correct.
Then if someone happen to fall within that guidelines, good on them. If somebody violates that, there is no recourse. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So I think there were a lot of gaps leading to this, but I also think IEC could have communicated better and reassure folks that this is what we're putting in place. And I didn't hear that. I really did not hear that.
Buba, let's respect each other. These insults, it's not gonna help anyone. You're part of the program. Let's just interact in a very civil way. You can disagree with me. There's nothing wrong with that. But this name calling, it doesn't help anyone. Buba, really. Pap Samba.
Yeah, Musa Jang, Sarian. I am sorry that I could not join you a lot today, but I've listened to your conversation, and all the issues that you raised are legitimate. But we are blaming the wrong people. We are blaming the IEC. The IEC, when it comes to voter registrations and the laws that governs it, relies on the act that Parliament writes, passes, and is signed into law by the president. The opposition, I'm going to focus on, National Assembly members, had an opportunity during the discussion for the Elections Amendment Act, where they could have looked at all these matters and come with a solution. Musa, 34 years ago, 1992, the People's Democratic Organization for Independence and Socialism raised issues about the whole electoral process in the Gambia. They talked about the lack of an independent electoral commission, which was later came about. They also talked about the problems that we face when it comes to registration of voters, Musa. Musa, this whole issue could have been solved, part of it, if what Doi had been advocating since 1992 was put in place. Let's have compound names, compound numbers, and street names. If Musa Jeng registers and say, I live in number 2 Sarian Street, it is easy for somebody to ascertain whether that is a fact or not, isn't it? You can investigate it easily. But to just have people come, they come with this birth certificates, and if you go to Board of Health itself, you will see how disorganized it is. Anybody, like you said, can have his or her hands on a birth certificate.
Very easy.
And a legitimate one too, for that matter.
Of course.
Now, the issue about the protocol, what do you do? Musa, it's like
yes.
We saw like, let's say, I'm going to go back to 1992 again. When they did the voter registration, Doi went to court, revising court, to challenge it. The lawyers relied on technicalities and made it so difficult to even proceed and say, you know what? Doi has brought over 1,000 cases of these people that they believe are not eligible to be registered. But any case that they lose, they will have to pay us this much money. And when you calculate it, it was going to be almost $1 million. That there was no way that Doi could have afforded that.
Absolutely.
And you could have lost the case, not because of you didn't have a legitimate case, but based on technicalities. Musa, whatever problems our electoral system faces is not only the doing of the ruling party. It is also for especially this 2015 Electoral Amendment Act, you can say the opposition had no hand in it. Because Jammeh had an overwhelming majority in the National Assembly. Barrow does not necessarily have an overwhelming majority in the National Assembly. So we failed too, as an opposition, to properly scrutinize these processes. We all saw the problems. There is a litany of problems, and this was the reason why there was GOFA, Gambian Opposition for Electoral Reform. Every member of the opposition pre-2016 was part of it. So we knew the challenges, but we went there. Everything became kumbaya. You have a clown like Sidinjai overseeing this thing. It became a joking matter. By the time we realized it, a bill was passed. And everything that could have been taken care of at that during that process is now being cried about today. So to me, Musa, finally, yes, the IEC can be blamed for a lot of things, but they cannot be blamed for the laws that were written by the National Assembly, which includes opposition party members. But with that, I will listen to you guys. And Esa, thank you very much for joining us last minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pap Samba. Brother Esa, it's good to hear from you.
Yes, Brother Musa.
It's been
you were in the Gambia a few months ago, right?
Huh?
You were in the Gambia a few months ago.
Yes. I was there in January.
I was following you. You tangle on Dekabi, no? Right? Where's my Badibunka son, Saria?
Brother Marong, he just stepped away. But I think
he just saw a Kianka and then disappeared all of a sudden.
I see that.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad to be here.
I've been following you too. I've been reading your stuff, and on Kirfato as well. Some of your interviews.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But you should be somebody that we should always be reaching out to come.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Program bit every morning. I can feel like we're busy with our PhD program here, so
correct.
Sometimes to hide that, a bit, and then focus a bit.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about what we've been witnessing. I think it's the second week of the registration process, and some of the problems that we're running into, and the question now: what's the protocol? How should we approach it? And everybody agrees elections they're stolen way before the day of the voting. And that we should do whatever it takes to make sure that everything is airtight. How do we do it? It's a problem. I mean, I have my own analysis thinking that the opposition should have come together and this is at least one thing that they all agreed upon, that the elections should be free and fair, and we are going to make sure that only Gambians are registered to vote. They haven't done that. Everybody's monitoring, imploring your own strategy or the way you think it should be done. The effectiveness is questionable. But what do you say, Esa? What's the problem? How do we approach this?
Thank you, Musa. For now, all of us will agree that elections are an important cornerstone of democracy. Okay, elections. Or democracy is not all about elections, but elections are a very cardinal component of democracy. And for us to have free, fair, transparent elections, we need proper electoral laws or good electoral laws in place. And if you look at elections, when you talk about the free, fair, and transparent nature of elections, this is beyond the voting day. We measure the free, fair, and transparent nature of elections before, during, and even after. In terms of before, what are the laws put in place governing elections, right? What are the mechanisms put in place? Do we have an independent body, for example, that conduct elections in a particular country? How about the campaign process? Opposition giving
the platform, just like the ruling party, to be able to sell their agenda or manifesto to the people. That is very important in determining the free, fair, and transparent nature of elections before the voting itself. But on voting day too, we look at the process of voting, right? Is there any form of intimidation or harassment of voters? This reminds me of, Equatorial Guinea. I think there was an election during the time of Marcius Nguema, when military officers with their guns will come and stand on election day, voting day, at the polling stations.
Correct.
And there's a box there for the incumbent, and you have a box there for the opposition, and they will stand with their gun. The voter has a choice, either to go and vote for the incumbent or to go the other way, right? So if you look at, if a Badibunka like Sariang is standing, and a military guy with a gun saying that, well, you go this way, opposition or the ruling party, obviously you know what that means, right? So that day is also very important. What is the process? How is the process like? Is there any form of intimidation or harassment of voters? But also we talk about, Musa, post-election. What are the legal mechanisms in place in terms of when people are dissatisfied with the election results? What complaint mechanisms are in place? How long, what period do they have, for example, to lodge a complaint at the Supreme Court, for example? How independent is the court system, is the judiciary system? And that is why in elections, all these three branches of government, be the executive, the legislature, and even the judiciary, are important in ensuring a free, fair, and transparent election, right? And in fact, even the fourth estate, which is the media, is also very important in that process. So these are the three stages. But let's look at pre, and I think that's the conversation here. Correct. Because this is about the laws that are put in place. And we all knew that during Jammeh's time, well, there was an electoral law, but I mean, how is the law like? And that's why in 2015 or 2016, when Solo Sandeng, went out with his people, the idea was, or the protest was all about ensuring that there was an electoral reform. And, I think you all know what happened with the Gambia, is it Gambia Coalition or Gambia, whatever, for electoral reform? I think it's a GOFA, right?
GOFA. That's the one.
Yeah, the GOFA. Exactly. Yeah. And all that. So what we envisaged at the time, or what, in fact, when Solo was going out, Musa, you'll be surprised that a lot of Gambians were not aware of why Solo was even out. Because Gambians have this problem of, Keauma, it's not my business. So majority of the people you talk to at the time will not even know why Solo was out. When you talk about electoral reform, they'll be like, but what is electoral reform? Exactly. But there are elections every 5 years. What is electoral reform? Exactly. Because what Solo saw at the time was the electoral laws in the country were just there for the incumbent. Therefore, in order to remove Jammeh through the ballot, because it was like people tried everything, be it military coup, be it the December 30th attack, nothing happened. So, and Solo, being that democratic mind that I want to believe, was like, you know what, we can remove this man through the ballot, but we need electoral reform. And that was why he was out. So, but fast forward, Solo was arrested, the rest is history, killed, and Dabas and others were also sentenced and all that, right? 2016, there was an election and Jammeh lost, surprisingly, right? And what we expected at the time was a comprehensive reform of our laws, including the electoral law at the time. That's what we expected. But unfortunately, that did not happen. We all know what happened. People at some point were not interested in one way or the other. Surprisingly, even those in the coalition, because I believe they had the numbers at the time to push all these things that eventually brought them to power. Because the Solo Sandem protests, Musa, no one can rule that out. In terms of what brought the coalition to power. So that should have happened. Unfortunately, it did not happen. But this point that you are talking about, Musa, I had a quote talking about the opposition having the leverage at the time, to be able to do these things. Look, in 2021, I want to believe in June 2021, I served as a rapporteur for the National Assembly Select Committee on Human Rights, Constitutional Matters, Ombudsman, and the IEC, whatever. I can't remember the exact terminology, but that's the committee, right? So I was there, Musa, you'll be surprised that a lot of these people, even in the opposition, when they were reviewing the bill itself, because they were reviewing the electoral bill, right? When they were reviewing this bill, to my disappointment, it was not only ruling party MPs that were advocating for some of the provisions in the electoral law to be maintained. You talk about Alcalo attestation, for example.
Exactly.
I was surprised. I was bamboozled, I would say, that opposition MPs, a few of them, in support of maintaining the Alcalo attestation.
Yeah.
That was a shock to me. But being the rapporteur there, my only job was to write. There was no way I could contribute to the conversation. So, and I was like, what is exactly this? What do they mean? What are they trying to achieve from this? And it reminded me of even what happened in 2021 during the registration, Musa. A lot of people complain that the incumbent or the ruling party, the registered minors and all that, right?
Right.
Musa, you'll be surprised that even some opposition registered minors.
Minors as well, yeah.
They registered minors.
Everybody was doing your thing.
Exactly. Just that in Africa, when these things happen, mostly it is the incumbent that takes advantage because they have the resources, the power, and all that. So they'll be able to register not only minors, but they can even register non-nationals.
Yes.
But to my disappointment, I was like, let's reflect back to 2015 or 2016 when this whole idea came. It was to make sure that we have in fact, the coalition 2016, when Barrow was to serve for 3 years, it was his responsibility, job was to create a level playing field.
Exactly.
Leave for others to contest elections, in an environment where the elections will be free, fair, and transparent. But unfortunately, this did not happen. So I will agree with Coach that this is not only the problem of the incumbent, but even the opposition has a role to play in this. Why all of a sudden? I mean, and in fact, we know what is funny about this whole thing, Musa. If you look at the brouhaha that is currently on, people talk about fraudulent registration, foreigners, non-nationals here and there, but none of them is even talking about the reform itself.
Yes.
Why didn't we have reform? Why don't we have reform up to this day? Why is nobody talking about reform? Why is everybody talking about, minors have been registered, non-nationals have been registered? We are telling you that an alcalo can issue an attestation to an individual, and if that individual goes with that attestation, the IEC registers that person will come and vote in the election. That's why 2021, when things happen, we've had the opposition, for example, UDP. I've had conversations with some UDP people who told me that, 2026, we are not going to allow that to happen. I'm like, okay, how do you not allow that to happen? How are you going to do that?
Exactly.
They'll make sure that non-nationals don't vote. But 2021, you said these people were registered. They already have a voter's card. How will you stop them from voting come December 2026? Because anybody with a legit voter's card, even the IEC,
cannot.
Even the IEC does not have the power. Even the chairman cannot stop that individual from voting because the person acquired the voter's card. Well, whether it was fraudulently done or not, that's another conversation. But it happened. So the opposition, instead of being concerned about the needed reforms in the country to be able to address these challenges, instead, most will focus on what is happening. Non-nationals. Minors have been registered. We're going to stop them from registering. But the laws, especially the issue of alcalo attestation, that is what should have been addressed. And I think that is what opposition MPs should have raised way earlier in Parliament. That should have been their concern. So people tell me, well, because I remember in that session, as a rapporteur, I listened to some of their arguments. You'll be surprised. This one came from an opposition MP. I will not mention the name, right?
Yes, I believe you.
An opposition MP who said, well, ID card is expensive. Is it $450? Whatever. So people in the provinces, those people cannot afford $450, whatever. I'm like, any Gambian, Musa Jeng, if you are a Gambian, right? You are a Gambian, we all know. And if you're concerned about Gambia and Gambian affairs, you really care about the happenings in that country, and you really want to contribute to the governance process of that country, Musa, you cannot get a passport, fine, understandable. You can't get ID card, fine, understandable. You cannot even get a birth certificate.
Yeah.
I mean, these 3 documents.
Definitely.
Why? I mean, for me, then you don't care about the Gambia and Gambian affairs. So well, I don't know whether I should say genuine Gambian, but every concerned Gambian
should be
able to
absolutely
at least obtain one of these documents. So we are saying, even birth certificate, Musa, the way our system is too cheap for somebody to use that, right? To be able to acquire voters card. Gambia should move beyond that. Unless we fix our system,
exactly.
Birth certificate for me is even low standard. ID card, passport. Look at even our passport, the way people can obtain it, right? Look at our ID cards. So these are documents that people should be able to obtain. But you're telling me Alcalo, I told them, look, you say Alcalo can attest, or a CFO can attest that this person was born here. Okay, for example, you go to communities. Okay, if you go to Kiantankular, my own village, for example, it's a small community. Literally, the Alcalo will be able to know, even if he doesn't know everybody in the village. But if I come as Esanjai, he will know my parents, right?
Definitely.
If I say I am Esanjai, my dad is Kebanjai, okay, if you don't know me, but you'll be like, oh, I know Keba. Oh, my mom is Tida. You'll be like, okay, I know Keba, Tida.
Yes.
But you go to Talinding, metropolitan settlements in the Combos, for example. How would the Alcalo be able to attest? You're telling me, is it 5 elders or whatever? No. Even those 5 elders, sometimes the Alcalo will not even know them. Because those are metropolitan settlements where a lot of people have come to settle now. The Alcalo probably doesn't even know those elders. But once the law says that those people can attest, and the Alcalo can give an attestation to say, yes, we were born here, that's sufficient. And most of the time, like I said, as I said, even the opposition take advantage of this.
Of course. So Esa, I know we are focusing on attestation, and most will agree that maybe we should get rid of the attestation. But there is a deeper problem, though. It's not only attestation. The easiest thing to get is a passport, a national ID. So, in other words, there is this guy commenting, Keba Jeng, basically saying that unless and until we fix that, and that is for people to just, because anybody can definitely get a Gambian passport, Gambian or no Gambian. So don't you think that that's where the problem is?
Yes.
We made it so easy for some people to get our national document. You don't have to be a Gambian not to get it. Isn't that where the problem is?
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. That's why I said, even the passport issue, like our system is so vulnerable, is so weak that anybody can acquire Gambian documents. As a result, they can acquire. And then, Musa, this also boils down to the conversations around the issue of citizenship.
Yes.
We are listening to a lot of people be like, you cannot, you don't tell us, or you don't tell people whether they are citizens or not. People have been here. You cannot come to people and tell them that you are not a citizen. But Musa, our laws are very clear when it comes to citizenship. Now, whether you agree
or not,
or disagree, that's another thing. But the law is very clear when it comes to citizenship. If I comes from Guinea-Bissau and I want to be a Gambian citizen, for example, there are ways I could naturalize. Even in the US, there are ways to naturalize, and that includes marriage, right? So if I want to naturalize, get a Gambian citizenship, I get married to the Gambian, be live there for 7 years, and go through the process and apply and become a citizen. And then I can vote in our elections. And even in the US, if you naturalize, I would believe you can vote in elections, right? That's it. So this is what happens. But we all know how porous, I would say, maybe I don't know whether this is the right word.
It is.
How porous our borders are.
Yes.
And how people can take advantage of the proximity of our settlements, especially in the provincial areas, come in and acquire these documents. Okay. But Musa, what is more troubling is that for us, our national documents like ID and passport are not decentralized, they are centralized. If this were decentralized, you can argue that, well, somebody will just come across the border, maybe in Kabada N, around Fonyi, and be able to acquire voters card, ID card or passport fraudulently. And then, but these things are centralized. You're talking about all these documents being obtained in Banjul or kind of thing, right?
Right.
So how are we not able to address this issue? It's very easy for anybody to acquire a Gambian ID card or a Gambian passport because the system itself and those in authority, I repeat, those in authority do not necessarily care about this because at some point it works in their advantage. But Musa, there's a deeper problem to that. You see, this is beyond election. Today, if you have a lot of non-nationals acquiring our national documents, you know the problem that we have in that? It boils down to socioeconomic issues. For example, our healthcare system. I remember the Minister of Health was in Parliament one day and talked about, how non-nationals take advantage or use our medicines and our medications in our hospital and all that, right? He was in Parliament talking about that. Because they are able to acquire Gambian ID card, and what a Gambian pays at the hospital is different from what a non-Gambian pays. So that has some financial implications on the country. And it also creates or put that burden of responsibility financially on the state to be able to take care of its citizens, provide them with employment, and all that. So if a non-national comes, somebody who acquires our documents fraudulently, presents himself as a national, I mean, what do you expect? If the person applies for a job that is only reserved for nationals, he'll be able to get that. And the real citizens will not be able to get that. So it puts that burden or responsibility on the state. And we have seen time and again when non-nationals actively participate in our politics because they're able to acquire our national documents. Sometimes you talk to people, 2021 election, Musa, I was at a polling station in my own area. I saw, like, this is not just allegation.
Okay, yeah.
I saw a non-national from Guinea, I'll be very specific, from Guinea, who was a shop owner in my own area. We knew when he came to that neighborhood
that he's not
I saw him going to the polling station or stream to vote. And I had to ask somebody, I said, but what is he doing? And the guy was like, but what can we do? He has voter's card.
But why is it possible, though, that maybe the guy naturalized without you knowing?
No, I'm saying we knew when he came. The duration. You can't come to Gambia within 2 years and have a citizency.
Yeah. let me let my man Sariang comes into the conversation. Sariang, mula don't talk like esa. Muna da fanyo rek the Kianka comes on and the body bunker just kind of let the.
That's fine. That's totally fine. But I'm going to take him on what he just said. So Esa, thank you very much for joining us today. I've been following the conversation from our brother Coach Pasambajao, but I'm more interested in the current state. I understand the nuances that happened, what should have been done, what we miss, what did we not do on 2015 up to today. That's in the past, but we are in the current. And I'm very, very glad you just telegraphed a perfect example that you were in your village and you seen a non-Gambian participating in the process. Now, my question to you is, you are unequivocally, you were very certain that individual did not meet the criteria and he should not vote.
Yeah.
Just because he acquired a voter's card. So as a party representative at that point, if someone had to challenge that guy, do you really think that individual overstepped their boundary just because that individual acquired a voter's card? But and a lot of other people around there knows that the person did not meet the criteria. How do we do that? How do we just say, okay, the system is not perfect, we're going to put our hands up because he has a voter's card and we're not going to challenge that individual? I would like to hear your take on that because this is something that came from you, not me.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, I think what I'm trying to say, I'm not saying that these issues should not be challenged. And if, for example, a party representative there comes out and say, this person is not a Gambian, should not have acquired a voter's card to be able to participate in our elections, I will not have a problem with that. But this is beyond me, and this is beyond that party representative. The law is saying that anybody with a voter's card, a legit voter's card, should be allowed to vote, right? I'm not necessarily talking about, I mean, I mean, I don't know, like, how do I put it? Whether an individual, a party rep, can challenge that individual from voting or not. I am just saying, how do you stop the individual from voting legally? And that is why the problem should have been addressed to make sure that only Gambians are able to acquire a voter's card and vote. Don't get me wrong. If Mr. X is a party rep at that particular
I will definitely push back on that. I totally understand where you're coming from, Esa. Don't get me wrong.
But how do you
hold on. A lot more people are listening to you. Mm-hmm. And I'm just telling you, I'm taking you on. I'm not talking about whether a party militant or party representative at that point needs to take on that. My argument centers around your argument about obtaining the voter's card. And you articulated very well. Our process is imperfect. We all know that. You and I, everyone else, and thousands of people watching this program today knows that. But what I'm trying to say is the process is not perfect. And some individual had obtained that document through that flawed process. How do we mitigate at that point to ensure that in the United States, you don't vote when you don't have papers? Yes. You're not eligible. And then that's everywhere. But what I'm trying to ask you at that moment, how do we make that process perfect? I mean, we know that this individual is a Ghanaian by every standard. 2 years, and I'm just using your example because you throw it out.
Yeah. Yes.
So why do you really think that just because he obtained a voter's card, then we need to let him go to pro?
No. Sorry, I don't think you got me. I mean, I never said that.
Okay.
I never said that. I don't know whether you were listening to me properly or not. I think we're on the same page. We are just talking about how imperfect our system is, how people can fraudulently acquire voters' cards. And would I argue that they should be allowed to vote? No. Right? I will not argue. I will not argue for that. I will not advocate for anyone who is not a Gambian. And it is clear to everyone that this individual is not a Gambian to be allowed to vote simply because they acquired a voter's card. This is the language of the law, not Esanya's language. So you don't hold me to account for that. You don't ask me, should that in fact the person be allowed to vote legally? Whether I said no or yes, that individual, according to law, will be allowed to vote. I am saying it is the responsibility of everyone, be it members of parliament, be it those in the executive, be it ordinary citizens, everyone's responsibility to make sure that it is only Gambians who are qualified to vote, acquired voters card and vote. And in a situation where we see these things happening, what can citizens do? Well, there's a legal process that citizens are allowed to follow to say, well, Mr. Marong is not a Gambian. He is from Mali, but he acquired a Gambian voters card, and we are here to challenge that. There's a legal process to that. And I wouldn't challenge anyone who comes out to say these individuals should not vote because they are not Gambians and they acquire voters card. I will never advocate for that. In fact, I want our elections to be clean. I want our system to be clean to the extent that no other non-Gambian will think about the possibility of presenting themselves in a voting registration center and be able to acquire voters card. That even doesn't come to your mind because you know the consequences. That is what we are all advocating for. And I'm not in any way going to allow anyone to come and say, well, allow people to vote simply because they acquire voters card. But that is not for me to decide. That is the law. That is the language of the law. I don't know whether you get my point.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm listening. No. You said that, and that's fine. That is more of a theory. But what I'm trying to say, you said that the law is very clear, but for the sensitization of many, which I really think everyone failed on that part to sensitize people. What is the implication of voting when you are not a Gambian citizen? So I didn't hear that. What does the law specifically say, and what would be the optimal way of addressing those issues?
You said what does the law say about what?
Somebody voting, yeah, but you said I'm going back to what.
Okay, yeah.
No, hold on. I want to clarify this. So you said, you're saying, yeah, I'm not saying we're trying to flush out the inefficiencies in our system, and if we're going to do that, we have to go through above and beyond. And check every box. What I'm trying to say, you said the law. Yeah, you said the law. But what I'm trying to say, what can you articulate here, or share with the vote, the people who are watching? What does the law say, and what will be the optimal process at that point? I'm not saying stop someone at the voting booth. He has a voter's card. But the law backs it, because IEC cannot do that. That's not IEC's. And I think at the start of this program, I've said that. But what I'm trying to say, what would be the optimal step at that point to take, or parties should take, to ensure that they remedy such inefficiencies?
I think that was very clear. An example was after the 2021 general registration, because 2021 was general registration and 2026 is now supplementary registration. Because according to the law, every 10 years is general and every 5 years is supplementary. So if you look at 2021, after the general registration, revising courts were established, for example, right? To say anyone who has grievances in respect of the registration process and know people that probably acquired voters card, they were not Gambians or minors were registered, you come forward with those evidences, right? And present them in a revising court, and they'll be able to address that. But we have not seen any matter taken before the revising court, for example. So that's a legal process, a legal remedy to the situation, right? In as much as we're not able to address the root cause of the problem at this stage, because as you said, what happened in the past is in the past, according to you. Let's focus on the present situation. Now, there is no opportunity right now from here against December, because even if you look at the electoral law, I think it's the electoral law, the constitution. I want to believe the electoral law. You cannot make laws relating to elections, I think 6 months before the election, right?
Yes.
So right now, I don't think there's any chance to address any legal lacuna or any legal problem in the electoral law to be able to fix that, right? So the only thing citizens can do, parties can do, individuals can do, if they agree, if they have any issue with the voter registration, is to go to the revising courts to be able to address this legally. And that's the ultimate. That's the optimal. I mean, the only solution that they have to this. But eventually, well, we have to deal with this situation because that's what we find ourselves in, because that's what the law says.
Pop Samba is coming in.
No, I just wanted to come back because I heard Sarian said, and my intervention is not ignoring what is happening now. When they tabled the Elections Amendment Act, we all made our feelings known, and they were very, very clear.
Yeah.
And I've been on record way before, since the change of regime happened, that attestation should be a thing of the past.
Yeah.
Because it's the sorest way of rigging the voter register process itself. Because the fact that most people do not even understand what makes a Gambian citizen is problematic in itself. So how do you just go to Musa Jeng in Kawur, Mute Kurusam, Mofi Ginamak also definitely Alkali. He's never seen a constitution, doesn't even know what it looks like. And all he said, Gente be demonaja. But go get the Benjagane Kona Lord, Ki Gambian la. And this is what is happening. So what I'm saying here is, you see, a lot of the problems that we are dealing with today, we had an opportunity to fix and we ignored them. There is a saying in Wolof. They say, Lakotas, nuyo wan na changoroga. Yudumoyuko. When the going gets nice to us, and this is where our problem is. We never address an issue fully. We wait until a problem comes and we want to confront it. Now, we are faced with a dilemma in this situation, and we see the total abuse that is being done by the NPP government. These people have no conscience, and they would go to any length to win an elections. And that would include registering minors. But how do you stop it? Because there are two things. We've seen Youngs going out there, and people are accusing him of vigilante justice. Because their expectation is Youngs may not be as forceful as he is, because there are courts that can handle that. You go to the courts, you are saddled with technicalities. You may not even be able to identify these people. I serve as an observer during voter registration. And I had called here on this show, and it's not still too late, that the opposition, they do not have to come together to contest the elections, but they have to work together to make sure the process is credible.
Yeah.
Because UDP or DOI or NRP, not NRP, GDC or they may not have the resources to cover everywhere, but they can work together to synergize and work, look at their policies together and say, hey, I found this problem here. This person say, I find this problem here. They say, well, there is a pattern. Raise our voices together.
That's what I believe too.
And this is the problem. And I think it's not too late. We still have about 3 more weeks or 4 more weeks before this thing ends. I think the opposition, if they're serious, instead of worrying about whether we're going to form a coalition with No to Alliance or all these things that they are having, 8 parties, 9 parties coming together and having their meetings and going home, the most fundamental issue is first have elections that are credible, where at least you know that the will of the people will be represented. Anything short of that, Musa, I believe we're just wasting our time.
I absolutely. I'll let Esa respond. I absolutely agree. And I said it before at the beginning. For this thing to be effective, the opposition needs to work together. Really. Devise a strategy and fight this like hell. I think that is absolutely now. The other issue, though, that we're not talking about, there are already 900,000 registered voters. What do you do with that? So if you register as the 900,000 that is already banked. What do you do then?
According to the law, they obtain a voter's registration card.
I absolutely agree. So that's
and I ask for remedy. Here is in a practical sense. I get it. It's not perfect. 22 years of coming out there. I get all that. But what I'm trying to say is we are in the current state, right? All these issues I get it. I acknowledge there were a lot of pitfalls that didn't get addressed that could have been addressed. But now we found ourselves in a current predicament. We have 2 constitutions that were brought. They were never passed. Those can do a lot of reforms, and it never, because of political convenience. And this is on both sides. I'm not trying to nitpick here. You see what I'm saying? But I want to be able to get a good conversation out of this, because here we are. We missed 2 opportunities. Major reform packages that didn't get passed through the national Assembly.
Absolutely.
And some of these issues that we're talking about right now could have been addressed through those constitutional reforms. It didn't happen. Now, today we're here. Our hands are tied.
Right. And
we're talking about imperfection of our voter code and how do we remedy that? And I think that's where the conversation is.
So Sarian,
yes.
I see you were sending the question to Esa. I want to use the scenario that Esa brought.
Yes.
He was there at a voting place at his village.
Yes.
And he knew, no doubt.
My community,
This guy is not a Gambian and shouldn't vote, but the guy is armed with a voter's card.
Correct.
Now, what do you think Esa should have done?
No, I would say what I should have done. Esa is a careful. On my feet at that second, I know the guy. I would approach IEC and talk to them. And I will also take the details of that individual registered voters, and I will ensure that I follow up. I don't know what his party affiliation is at that point, but if I have a party that I'm affiliated to, I will make sure I communicate that to the higher echelon, to the folks that are in charge to oversee that process. I'm not going to let it flow like that. Because it's not my business, and I don't. It has a voters registration. The process is flawed, and we need to flush it out and sanitize it. And that's how we can remedy these things. And that's what I expect to hear from Brother S.
I agree.
So I will respond to that, Musa. So at that stage, I was an election observer. Let me put it that way, for the CSO. And clearly, my powers were kind of limited. In fact, I should not even say powers. What I could do at the time, my only job at the polling stations were to observe the issues that were happening, complaints from party agents here and there, take note of this, and then report them to this, civil society coalition, right? But not necessarily to confront any individual or tell the IEC, well, I'm from this community, this guy is an own government and all that. I get that. No, I get that part of. No, but Sariang, you clearly said you did not know, or you do not know what was my party affiliation, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know what your party.
So you don't have to worry about what I will do. Just be worried about what you will do, right? And you have clearly said.
No, this is not. I think what I wanted to make sure it's clear. It's not a debate between you and me. I'm just trying to tell you. No, hold on. I don't want this to be centered around personalities here, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is, and the other question is, yes, you are there as an observer for a CSO. But did they give you a TOA, like your task of responsibility, the TOR, what you couldn't do and what you could do as a stakeholder?
Yeah.
That moment, hold on. As a stakeholder at that moment, I think you don't have to confront nobody, but you could communicate your observation and your concern to someone who you think you should table your concern.
No. My responsibility was not to communicate my concern to the IEC officials.
Then you know what? We'll be in a long haul, man.
My responsibility was to communicate but it's not even important here. So what I'm trying to say is, Musa, I think I totally agree with Coach that the opposition should have really worked together. And as Arian said, we're talking about now, but when is now? Like when can we say it's now? Like, are we only talking about today, Sunday the 26th or the 27th of April? Are we talking about last week? Are we talking about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or 3 months ago? My point is, opposition should have, and as Coach said, yes, instead of now complaining and talking about coalition, because we've also I've said this even 2021 election, when a lot of people, after the results were announced, I saw a lot of people saying, yeah, this one is going to happen. We ask you to unite. You did not want to come together as opposition. Yes, this is what you deserve. I'm like, look, you had options. All those people that are saying that we voted for Barrow because we did not want UDP, well, that's a choice that you made, right? If you did not want to vote for UDP, you had DOI, you had SRS Independent, you had the NUP, you had GDC. All these were options on the table, and you could have voted for them instead of Barrow. Now, whether the opposition came together in 2021 or not, for me, that was immaterial. If Gambians wanted to remove Barrow in 2021, they would have done it. But we're talking about in an ideal situation. In reality, politics works in different ways. People decide where they want to vote for, and their alignment could shift based on the candidates presented to them or the options presented to them. So I blame those people who said, well, I voted for Barrow because I did not want a UDP government, or I did not want Usainu Dabo to lead. So you punishing Gambians simply because you do not want Usainu Dabo. And I think that's very unfair, not only to Gambians, but yourself, right? And for me, the opposition, what they should have worked together on, yes, opposition coalitions are important. but they are not the ultimate guarantee of electoral success for the opposition. And if they had focused on the electoral voter registration, the electoral, I mean, not necessarily the electoral entirely, because we have probably passed that stage, but the voter registration to say, you know what, in 2021, we have learned a bitter lesson. Something happened. Why not we prevent it now? But unfortunately, Musa, not all opposition parties shared that the 2021 election was rigged.
Exactly.
Right? I, as Anjay, my position is, this is my position again. People could disagree. I believe that there was, vote rigging, I believe. The system, the elections were not free, fair, and transparent 100%. Right? But I also believe that a good number of Gambians voted for President Barrow. Simply because they saw it as the 2021 election as a referendum on the UDP. Right? Now, the foreign nationals registered. I say, I've given an example here. Minus, we've all seen it. In fact, this was confirmed, I think it was 2021 elections or national, I think 2021, yeah. This was confirmed by the communication director of the IEC, that they have received complaints in NBR that minors were being registered, right? From their own officials there. So at some point, we all knew what happened. So I believe that votes were rigged. Now, whether the number could have turned the outcome of the election is one thing. Right? That's one thing. But if you go to courts today, for example, if the UDP petition had passed, that stage of scrutiny by the judges at the time, they will not necessarily look at the numbers and say, no, but only 10,000 no nationals were registered, so that couldn't have changed. No, the law will not say that. Once there is fraud, and the law doesn't care the number, right? In reality, let's look at, because elections are about numbers as well. Even if you flush out those 50,000, because Barrow beat these people 200,000 plus. Do I believe that all 200,000 were non-nationals? No, I don't believe that. I could argue that 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 were non-nationals and minors. But I want to believe that even without those numbers, Barrow would have won the election, right? So what the opposition could have done is to say, look, you know what? If we are able to address the registration issue, because as we said, 900,000 registered voters right now.
Exactly.
I tell people, those people that already have voters card, they have it, and they're going to vote in the election. You can't stop them from voting, right? According to the law. Now, what the opposition should have done is to address that issue. These people already have. Well, there's a supplementary, because supplementary and vote and general registration are also different. The stakes are high in a general registration because that's when everybody is coming to register. But the supplementary, those that were not 18 in the past election and are 18 now, those that will be 18 before the election day, and those that have either misplaced their voters card or something like that will be able to come and register. So the opposition should have worked together. But if you talk to some opposition, they'll tell you that 2021 elections were free and fair. It's only the UDP that was aggrieved. So in fact, I've seen in 2021, when you remember when Mr. Dabo and Esa Fall and Mama Kande met at the at Mr. Dabo's home in Pipeline. Imagine, I've seen opposition parties even making mockery of their meeting, laughing at them. I saw some people specifically mentioning the candidate for Doi, Mr. Sala, saying that, oh, Mr. Sala is so gentle, that's why he's not going to participate in this. Sorry for excuse my language, but they are this nonsense. That's what they describe it, right? And all of a sudden, we saw SRFL come out to say, well, we do not have any evidence. I'm like, but you do not have any evidence. Why participating in this meeting in the first place? Mama Kande also, everybody relaxed, and it was like seen as a UDP fight. UDP went to court, unfortunately. And if the UDP had succeeded with that election petition,
they would have benefited.
What would have the opposition said, right? So they went ahead. So not all opposition believe that 2021 presidential elections were stolen. And some of them still hold that, Musa. And surprisingly, what we are saying is that instead of all this opposition focus on the incumbent and address this problem, they are busy attacking each other. Some are saying that, oh, now the IEC is addressing you, we are in for it, In fact, we do not want you to be registered because you said you believe that 2021 elections were not stolen.
I know.
So let the IEC be the arbiter here. But that's not working in the interest of the opposition. What they should have done clearly is to make sure that they work together. Working together is different from the coalition.
The opposition working together. I think I wanna take that as the next segue. And obviously you're busy with your PhD program, but we also do know that most Gambians, pundits like myself and even ordinary Gambians, average Gambians, people that are not even well informed, they believe in the absence of a coalition, it will be a very steep hill for the opposition. First, do you believe that? Secondly, what would you say that the opposition should do in terms of trying to come together in a comprehensive coalition?
Okay. Oh, yes, is Sadiam or me?
No, you.
Okay. So, based on the current political, just 2 days ago, I was having a conversation. No, yesterday, I was having a conversation with someone who raised this issue and said, but do you think the UMC has any chance to win if they go alone? I'm like, well, I refuse to predict Gambian elections. I don't like to predict Gambian elections because Gambians can be very unpredictable when it comes to elections, right? You can never tell how they will vote. But it is my belief, it is my strong conviction without an iota of doubt that Barrow still has chance to win elections if the opposition remain fragmented and the voter registration remain the way it is. Mind you here, I'm not only talking about opposition being fragmented, but I'm also talking about the current voter registration that we have. The IEC reported to us just a few days ago that 41,000 people have registered so far. And I think we have 3 more weeks to go.
Right.
Probably we'll be hitting at 100,000. Gambians will go to December polls with 1 million plus voters. Eligible voters. And if you look at 2021, Barrow defeated them, 200,000 plus. Closest contenders were UDP, right, who acquired around 238,000 votes, right? And Barrow was 400 and something thousand. 200,000 plus votes. And now we're still talking about fraudulent registration. If you add those numbers, I'm not saying that he will still beat 200,000 because you can never tell. You know, among these 200,000, some people have died, some people have traveled here and there.
Right.
A lot of people that cried about the 2021 election, cried foul, will tell you that a good number of these are non-nationals and minors. But they're still in the system. Most of those non-nationals probably are in their countries and they will just have to cross in during the elections and vote in the election, and that's it, right? So if individual opposition parties go in solo, it is going to be absolutely hard for them to win against the incumbent based on the current realities. If they are able to address the voter registration issue, probably, I could say, well, if they're able to sell their agenda and they're able to be strategic in their messaging, and all that, even if you have a third force, for example, because I remember last month or 2 months ago, I said this, if you have a third force, for example, you have the UDP with some opposition parties together, and you have a third force, maybe what a lot of people will say, the DOI, the UMC, the APP Sobea. If you have a third force, I am arguing that will open the race. It could go anywhere. It could go the third force way, it could go the incumbent way, it could go the UDP way, right? But without a third force, if you have the UDP going in solo, you have, for example, the UMC is not yet registered. I'm not sure how that is going to go, right? But if you have the DOI going solo, you have the APP Sobea, GDC going solo, Musa, it is going to be absolutely hard. Again, I will not speak with uncertainty. I will not speak with certainty to say this is going to happen. But it's going to be absolutely hard for the opposition for Barrow to lose the polls. But if they're able to come together, even not as a united force, if you're able to have a united opposition force against Barrow in December? I will not speak with certainty to say Barrow will go, but I believe that he is absolutely going to find it difficult to be able to win elections.
Yeah.
But without that, it's absolutely going to be difficult. And people must also understand that, you see, the opposition fighting today, I mean, it's not in the interest of even Gambians. You talk to a lot of Gambians today, Musa. They're just tired. And the economic hardship in that country is going to get worse by next month or the next 2 months. We all know what is happening in the Middle East. Right? Today, right now, people are talking about fuel prices, fares. We're going to have more economic hardship in that country.
Yeah.
Right? So a lot of people are tired, yes. But also Gambians must also understand, Musa, one thing. For you to point at a particular political party, because I've seen, I remember when this Hussein Bojan case was on, when the guy was released and later rearrested, right? And you remember the UDP leader came out to issue a statement. I watched one of the media houses where the statement was, I think it was Kerifatu, one of the comments. This commenter said, well, we'd rather suffer with Barrow than to have Hussein Dabo.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you trying to punish Hussein Dabo, or you're punishing yourself, or you're punishing Gambians?
Right.
So if people genuinely believe that this government is not doing the right thing, I keep on repeating, even during my holiday in the Gambia when I had show with Fatou Toure, I told her, look, she was like, but people will argue that I said, Fatou, the responsibility, I take it back and give it to Gambians. If Gambians want to change their government, they will change. If they want to stay with Barrow, fine, so be it. Let them stay with Barrow. But we cannot just be talking about, and people also have to understand one thing, Musa, just finally.
Right.
You see, opposition coalition or coalitions are bound to disintegrate. This is what happens in most cases.
Yes.
Coalitions are not there to stay for posterity. And that's why Gambians, because we are not used to coalition. If you go to countries like Kenya, Kenya is one of the countries in Africa that has more coalitions than any other country. Kenya coalition politics, you see Uhuru jumping from one to the other. The late Raila will move from here to the other. Yes. I mean, even the former president, what's the name again? The current president, what's the name again? Ruto. Yeah. Kenyans are used to that at some point. And even in Senegal, we've seen that happens, right?
Yes.
Once in a while. But Gambia, we've never had this major coalition, major. During the Jawara time, you had some, in fact, it was PPP who had a coalition with the UP and all that, right? But in Gambia, opposition parties coming together for the first time, contesting election against the incumbent.
Yes, that was 2016.
It had never happened. It was 2016. We also 2006 not disintegrated. Yes. We also 2011 United Front was just DOI and NRP, right? In 2016, there was one coalition with the exception of the GDC. So Gambians, when I saw a lot of people at the time saying that coalitions should also contest parliamentary elections together, they should move together. I'm like, this thing is not going to, because the thing is, they all have one agenda. That is to win government power. But probably they have different directions. They have different ideas in terms of how to run the country. So people cannot expect coalition all the time. Because when it happens, you know what is going to happen? 2016, we won on a coalition, right? And then they're talking about how to fix the laws here and there, who is in power. Today, if you have another coalition in Gambia, say led by the UDP or DOI or UMC, Musa, all those parties will want to be in power and have the government controlled by their party and then give positions to these people. And nobody's even talking about, okay, how do we make sure that even the agreement issue that you talk about, let's come with an agreement to say power, position sharing and all that. At the end of the day, what we experienced post 2016 is the same thing that will come back. Somebody somewhere will be in power in the name of a party and will decide who works in cabinet and who does not. So it's going to be the same problem. They're bound to fail.
So, so you're basically throwing your hand in the air, saying that coalition is not the solution, but at the same time, too, in the absence of that, Barrow wins.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not the solution. What I'm trying to say is that it could give us what we want or what Gambians want, right? It could give Gambians what they want. But Gambians must also understand that it is not something that it's not the ultimate solution, not the ultimate, let me put it that way. It's not the ultimate solution to the problem
yes, sir.
what they're crying about.
Let me say this, and I see that you have problems, and all of us. Yeah, then Brother Maron, go ahead.
Can I be part of this conversation?
Yeah, come again.
Come, Brother Maron, come on.
So as you know, picking up from where Musa left off, and I heard you said opposition parties fighting today is not in the best interest of Gambians. Gambians are tired. And I want you to dilate on that a little bit more, because going back to 2016, obviously, we did not achieve, at least based on what were in those principles that's supposed to be delivered by the coalition government, that has not been fully realized. And that's why we sit here for about close to 2 hours talking about what should have been done, what could have been done, what the strategy was. Now, thinking of that, don't you think, not fighting, but having a robust policy debate and positioning where this includes system change, all the engines and every, wrench and spark plugs that needs to get that system going? Is it not important to have a spirit debate and lay out an agenda that is word, or at least that would, deliver on those principles that we desire, and we did not achieve that. And for example, highlighting what have been missed, and also holding folks accountable that this happens. We did not do this in 2016, and why should we come back again and saying, oh, status quo all over again? I think it's a good debate, but I like to hear, and I like you to clarify on that a little bit more for the good order of our listeners.
Okay. Clearly, Sarek, if you have been following, I'm sure you have been following events. I don't need to tell you that. But if you're following keenly, you will realize that most of these conversations in the public space, within opposition, is not even a matter of debate. And I agree with you that debates will help, right? To either address these differences or kind of, present to Gambians at least a workable solution, a solution that is tangible, that one could look up to say that, well, this is going to work, and opposition could bring up something on the table that at least Gambians will agree to, and then, think about changing the government in December. But most of the time, what we are seeing is the opposition going against each other, not even on policy matters, but on personalities. I've seen people that write on social media of recent attacking prominent individuals in these opposition camps. And I give an example when Mr. Sanyang, the parliamentarian for Black Rikunda Sabiji, was, invited to the police. I don't know whether he was arrested or invited to the police. I've seen some folks, for example, in the UDP celebrating that, right? And also when, for example, the UDP leader speaks about electoral fraud in Gambia, 2021 not being fair, I've seen some in the UMC, which is just recently created, not as a political party though, going against the UDP leader also, attacking him on those issues, right? I've seen people attacking Talib. I've seen even people attacking Khalifa Salah, not on any policy issue, but on personality issues. And this is exactly what we are talking about. Even the GDC, for example, we have seen Mama Kande going to iAfrica talking about that. He said that his party is not going into coalition with the UDP in very clear terms, right? And I've seen those in the opposition camps, some in the UDP, also going after Mama. And I've seen a prominent GDC member also going after Mr. Dabo and all that. So these things are happening. But the opposition are not thinking about having that robust conversation, those debates that you're suggesting, that they should be able to have, probably to talk to each other and understand exactly where their difference lies and how they could come together to salvage this country. That is not something that is happening. I wish that could happen. That is what is going to help the situation right now. But unfortunately, that is not happening. And the focus right now is the the voter registration, right? And even that voter registration, most of them, yes, all of them, I would say, have issues with that. But how many of them are even talking about that? Today, that's the problem. I've seen the UDP issued a statement, I guess, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, talking about what happened in, is it Sierra, or, where Carlo was threatened, something like that. I've seen the UNC raised an issue when Yaya Sanyang was arrested. But how about the other opposition parties, and what is the level of conversation between them in terms of addressing this issue? So in that, be the voter registration, none of them, let me not say none of them, but they are not talking together collectively to address the voter registration issue. And again, when it comes to what is on the table for December 2026, we've just seen, sometimes we see on the media, ADD wants to, head of coalition talks, these parties are talking, these parties are talking, but we are not seeing anything. We are not hearing, there's no feedback to even the populace, the voters, the Gambian voters, to tell people, this is how far we have gone. We are talking about this. We want to, all those ideas, all those conversations that are needed, because we have just 6 to 7 months to elections right now. But all those conversations and that information that will come back to Gambians in terms of the preparedness, the level of preparedness of the opposition ahead of December 2026, those things are not coming up. Nobody's seeing those in the media spaces. All that we are seeing is the personal attacks, and also, the opposition are in talks, they are in talks, they are in talks. For how long are we going to continue hearing that? But that debate is important. It is necessary. But also, Sariang, I think sometimes we overstretch this debate issue in Gambian politics. A lot of that, in 2021, we saw Esa and Mr. Salah debating, right? You see, a lot of Gambians that you, being average voters, this idea of debate is good. And it should be encouraged. But are they even going to listen to those things? Is that what they are concerned about? Are they even going to sit down and listen to Mr. Dabo and Mr. Fall debating on policy issues? Are they going to sit and listen to them debating on foreign policy issues? I wish those things could happen. I wish our political culture could advance to that level that people will see these things as normal and they will encourage them. That's what I want. But every Gambian is even interested in those things. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen. I wish it can even happen today. But are Gambians even interested in those conversations? Right? So at the end of the day, it boils down to, the issue voting that we all talk about. Well, and I believe that Gambians, as I said, I repeat, to be honest, you talk to a good number of Gambians, they are tired with this system. From the economic hardship and to even the trend of democratic backsliding that we are having in the Gambia. This is a conversation that we need to have. There is democratic backsliding clearly in that country. Imagine court orders being given and the executive will go and disregard those court orders. You see, the independence of the judiciary is important in any democratic dispensation. And the independence of the judiciary does not necessarily mean that, judiciary making judgments and that's it. And it goes against the incumbent or the executive or the ruling party or the ruling government, and then that's it. No, it's beyond that. It's ensuring that these orders are being implemented, because the role of the judiciary is to implement the law after making by the legislature, and the executive is to enforce or implement those laws. So, for example, Senu Bojan was released by the court. The police went and arrested him upon his release, right? At the Mile 2 station. Alaji Bora, compensate him. No, we are not going to come. His telephone is still with the police, I believe. Pamodu Bojan compensate him. No. The Nene Freda case. All these things are happening in the Gambia. So at some point, Gambians, yes, are not only tired of the economic hardship, but even, I'm not saying a good number in terms of the, signs of democratic backsliding, but at least people that are aware and understand these nuances will tell you that there is a trend of democratic backsliding in that country.
Yes.
Mariam is coming again. Yeah.
No. I'm just. I want to let Coach come in, but I wanted to also share to you that for the good order of this debate, a tree has to grow in two directions. It grows down and it grows up. And I will dilate what I meant by that in our next segment. But I wanted to make sure Coach Pasamajo has his take on this. So, Coach, you got the floor.
Sarian, you are a scholar and a gentleman. You're not one of those people you akimo the doc ninye, or try to deflect, try to get you to say what they want to say. But but Esa, this is a very, very spirited conversation. Here is my take though. We are not a serious country. And I think the seriousness of a nation is measured by the citizens and those who purport to speak on behalf of the citizens. If you look at even our politicians, you look at them for the most part, especially these new and the upcoming ones, these young ones, you look at them, you listen to them, you see the way they operate, why it does not give you any confidence in the future of that country. We're talking about coalition talks, and this is my conclusion. This is what I concluded about the coalition talks. A lot of parties are going to coalition talks, not because they believe in the process, but they do not want to be labeled as problems. Like, when we called for a meeting, party X did not come. And that's why anybody, and you look at how many groups are calling for a coalition. It's like there are 1,089 groups. Every day there is a new one with a new press release. Apex goes, they go to Apex, there is a press release from Apex about the next process. Now I've seen is it ADD or whatever, Alliance for Democracy and Development. They also came, some people go, there is a press release from them. Coalition for System Change would call, they would go, so to me, unless those that are trying to unite people can unite themselves, then we have a problem. Because you cannot call for unity, but everybody wants to do everything on your own because there are processes going on, but everybody wants to have their own process. To me, Esa, you've raised very, very fundamental issues that we have to look at in our body politic. What I also like, though, is the backsliding in our democracy that you mentioned. I think that is fundamental. Now, to most Gambians, they will tell you, hey, you know what? People have freedom of speech. That's what they will tell you. But every move that this government has made of recent is a sign of desperation and of control and wanting to silence or control the narrative in that country. You see how they, in fact, approach people who are opposed to the government. You see not only the lack of respect of the judiciary, because you cannot have a democracy where the state does not respect decisions made by the courts. And it's not only enough for a minister to come back and say, you know what, we made a mistake. We knew you made a mistake. That's why people went out in the streets and protested. But who is going to be held to account? Who is going to be held to account for that mistake? Nobody. We have seen the attempt by Dr. Civic and his ministry to want to control the media by calling for registration of journalists. These are all attempts that are made to do nothing but to suppress the will or the voices of the Gambian people. And this is all the more reason why Gambians must be very, very attentive. Like what you said, this notion of, if I vote for Khalifa, I'm voting for Ousseynou, or I am Esa, but I'm voting for Barrow. This is all the more reason for people to be very attentive to what they do if they want a Gambia that is free of dictatorship. Voting Adama Barrow for a third term would be the most dangerous undertaking by Gambians. Because it is an irrefutable fact that any government that entrenches itself continues to be paranoid and would crush anybody that they believe is going to serve as a threat to their continued greed. So if Gambians want change, if they want a Gambia that is democratic, where they can continue to exercise their right without hindrance, voting for Adama Barrow for a third term is not your solution. Vote for whoever you want, but this nonsense of I'm not voting for party A because if I vote for party A, I'm helping party B is not the solution. Vote your conscience, vote for the right candidate that you believe. Then at the end of the day, when the results are called, you can sit back and say, you know what, I did the right thing. But voting for Barrow, he promised 3 years, he's gone for 5, now he's gone for 10, he's going for 15. Before you know it, he'll be there for 20. And the longer they stay, the more dangerous they become. But thank you, guys. I listen.
Go ahead, Esa. There was one issue that he raised, Esa, and I saw you talk about it, and that has something to do with the media bill. New one that Dr. Cisse floated around. What's your take on that whole media brouhaha? Esa.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? The media bill.
What is the media bill? What's your take on this whole media brouhaha that Dr. Cisse basically with the GPU's reaction? What's your take on all that? And where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. That is one of the most draconian bills that we are witnessing under the Barrow administration. You know, it totally does not make sense. And I think that minister has no idea what he's doing, right? Somebody who studied, you know, African studies, you know, whatever, with a PhD and all that, taking as information minister.
So Professor Lawonde.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I mean, so the thing is, the man does not know what he's doing. Unfortunately, if you look at that regulation stuff, Musa, you know, let's go back to history. Yahya Jammeh started this, attempted this in 2002.
The media bill.
Yeah, whatever. I think in 20-something, he came again. Was it in 2015 or whatever? These things did not work, right? And always when you talk about media, Gambia, we always like to take examples of other countries. Oh, other countries are doing this. Other countries are doing this. And let's go back to that. I don't want to, no disrespect, but to educate these people is also important, right? I mean, the whole ministry, including that minister himself. Look, you go to Kenya today, there's a media council. In fact, Kenya has a media council act, right? You go to Uganda today, Museveni with all his things, the government is not directly regulating the media in that country. There is the media council of Uganda. You go to Tanzania, under that woman again, who won elections with, is it 80-something% of the votes? I don't know. There is the media council. You go to Gambia today, look at other professions. I just want to compare the media with other professions. For example, if you look at the medical profession, there is the Medical and Dental Council of the Gambia. And the Medical and Dental Council of the Gambia is a statutory body created by the Medical Practitioners Act of 1988? I want to believe. I think, right? I can be corrected if I'm wrong. You look at the legal profession, you have the General Legal Council. And the General Legal Council is also created by the Legal Practitioners Act of 2015, I want to believe. Again, I'm not sure with the dates. I just can be correct, right? So if you have the legal profession being regulated by a specific independent body called the General Legal Council, where all the lawyers register every year and renew their registration, you have the medical profession being regulated by an independent statutory body created by a law, an act of parliament, called the Medical and Dental Council of the Gambia. Why should the media, which is in fact the fourth state of the government, of the state, being regulated by a government institution? I might be corrected, but I've not seen this happening anywhere in the world. Right? How can the government regulate the media? And the media we're talking about in a democracy should be independent. Right? to be able to do their job. So what you have in the Gambia, we have the Media Council of the Gambia.
Right.
And this Media Council came during the Barrow administration. It was 2018, created by the GPU. What we are saying is simple. Just like the medical profession, just like the legal profession, go to Parliament, come up with a bill or an act called the Media Practitioners Act, you call it, right? And then have the Media Council being empowered to regulate. We will not say that there is no problem with our journalism in that country. Of course there is problem, Musa. Everybody agrees to that. Sometimes you see people, take up a mic and start talking. You wonder where they're coming from. There are media houses left, right, and center, online spaces here and there. I mean, I will tell you, I've attended a media show with somebody who is not even a journalist.
Yeah. If
I tell you the kind of questions he asked me, Musa, if I had answered that question in the way he wanted, probably I would have been behind bars in mile 2. This guy, imagine, was asking me, what is happening in Casamance? You're talking about the instability in Casamance connecting to Gambia. And he was like, sir, but don't you think what is happening in Casamance, could be like the LRA in Uganda, the Lord Resistance Army, could turn into that? And he wanted me to sit on the media and tell you that, yes, that is going to happen.
Yeah.
So we need regulation in the media, definitely. But who should regulate this? That is not for the government to do. Empower the Media Council. But Musa, we have seen this. This minister tried this when that report, that story by what is the name of this newspaper? Today newspaper. No, not Today newspaper. Voice newspaper. Right. When they reported that Survey reveals that the executive is corrupt. I think it's about, no, the parliament, I think it's the National Assembly. Survey reveals. This minister called from reliable sources, met with the Voice, and was like, together with somebody who used to work in the media, and then it became a big disappointment because now he's part of that information commission, sat with them and said, you cannot use the word reveal. I'm like, this minister taught research methods at the university.
Right.
You want to tell me that surveys cannot reveal? To hell with you. What do you mean? Surveys do not confirm. I cannot write a story and say survey confirms. No, survey is not a confirmation because survey is about perception mostly.
Right.
But they reveal.
Of course.
Even in the US here or any part of the world, you can say survey reveals. But that was an attempt to silence journalists and the media. And now to do his bidding more. But I think also I was having a conversation with somebody who told me this. Initially, it did not cross my mind. But I want to believe it. The person said, look, this minister is the most fact-checked and most scrutinized minister in the Barrow administration. Anytime he speaks, people go, fact-checkers will go and fact-check him. So probably he's trying to save himself. I'm like, but you cannot use this to save yourself because you don't even know when in the next 3 months or 6 months or 1 year you're going to be in office. At the end of the day, you're going to leave that position. It's not for you permanently. So the guy needs to go back. And I can tell you one thing, probably he did not even read this regulation. Because when you listen to him talking, you know.
But Esa, let's be fair though. This is his regulation. So for you to say that probably he hasn't even read it, I mean, this is.
I don't want to go to certain things because it might seem personal. But I know this guy. He used to read, but he doesn't read anymore. He's one of the laziest ministers in Barrow government, right? So please, let's not go into that. But I know exactly what I'm talking about.
His other argument, Esa, that now I think because I really listened to him basically talking about this regulation. So I have to believe that he knows. Now we can disagree with him, but to say that he hasn't read it, and this is something that he put together with his team.
And that's why I said probably, because I know him.
So the other issue is this. He's saying that clearly the media landscape has changed, going all the way back to 20, 30 years ago, with social media and all these other things, with AI coming into play. So basically he's saying we need to look at this thing. Now we can disagree. And then he said he has reached out to these institutions, the Media Council that you talked about, GPU, that let us sit down and look at these things and come up with something. Is there something wrong with that?
There's something wrong. There's something wrong. You see, Musa, you must know how to start a conversation. You don't come with this bill and say Pura is going to regulate. That's a non-starter. You know where genuine conversation could happen? If he had called these people and said, you know what, let's have a conversation around this. The media needs to be regulated. How do we go about with this? Is it going to be government regulation? Or is it going to be an independent regulatory body? At least we could have a genuine conversation around that. To say, no. And in fact, from reliable, so what I've gathered also from people that are close to this within the GPU is that when this idea came initially, they approached him to say, you know what, this is a non-starter. Please don't go into it. And he was like, okay, we will see how to go about with that. Right? Promise them that we will try to drop this. But all of a sudden, this thing came and to their surprise. Most of them were surprised that this is happening. So for me, the non-starter is mentioning Pura. Pura does not even have the capacity
to regulate
the media. They don't have the capacity, Musa. Let's just be honest. But I am telling you, just like Coach said, this Barrow's administration is just testing the waters.
Right. What they
can do if they win this election, they succeed with this, win December elections. Musa can tell you that there'll be no media freedom in that country. Because then they would have control who becomes a journalist and who does not. And I think 2 days ago, so I saw him talking about the registration issue, part being removed. And Musa, what is more troubling about this whole thing is that the way this minister is trying to even address this issue, talking to people in a very arrogant manner, as if I domling. Man boycott la de buga, then boycott. Right? Boycott len. Man kon everyday in boycott ma.
Right.
No, you don't talk. These are your citizens. These are the people that are paying you salary. Talk to them in a respectful, professional manner. But you don't come and decide. That was the first time we heard him talking about the diaspora when he said, so they send Baya Mom Dekabi. You know, those tones, that's not expected of a state minister. These are, for God and heaven's sake, these are not your kids. These are people, some of them you're older than them, some of them are older than you, some of them can be your uncle, some of them can be your fathers. So talk to them in a very nice, professional manner. And then the hypocrisy about it all, you said, man, boycott Ladi Buga. And then you went to Peter Gomez and said, boycott is not the solution. Let's come together and address this issue.
Unless he's putting out an olive branch, and hopefully with GPU, I mean, they will be able to trash it out. Because again, disagreements is going to happen. I mean, unlike you, I really don't like the way it was rolled out. And I hope that the minister understands that, you know. I mean, because if you come across being very arrogant, and people are going to push back.
Exactly. That's the problem.
You would definitely. Now, whether there is a need for dialogue and sit down and look at this whole thing, I think there is, really, because the media 30, 40 years ago and the media today is totally different. You know, I can sit here myself, Sariang and Pasamba, and make whatever utterances, and you know, I mean, we're not being regulated. We say whatever the hell we want to say. But one thing I can tell you, this platform, I mean, whether regulated or not, whatever we do, we make sure that we're civil. We make sure that, you know, we're not going to go crazy. In as much as I don't know a thing about journalism, I can only speak for myself. But again, do I believe that there should be regulation of some sort? Yes, I'm not that. I don't belong to the crowd that say that, to hell with regulation.
No. Even me, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Think that is any that will lead to chaos and anarchy. Because again, I can be sitting here in Atlanta, and I have this megaphone, and be saying things that are really serious. And now, how do you regulate that? I don't know. Some will say,
Musa, I mean, so this whole thing goes back to also, and that is why in politics, when we analyze, we also analyze from a personality point of view, right? The person that is involved. If you look at even this whole thing, and that's why people are mad about this whole thing, because it seems like it's a direction. We're talking about democratic backsliding, remember?
Yes.
Right? And now all of a sudden, You have a minister comes up with a bill or a regulation framework or whatever, regulatory framework you call it.
Right.
And then not only are people dissatisfied with the way it came, but also the way it is being communicated.
Yeah.
Sir, since change of government in 2017, have you seen, let's just be honest here, have you seen any minister talk in that tone, in that manner to Gambians?
No.
Never.
Definitely.
So that itself is problematic. So when people see that, they're not only seeing the bill now. For me, I was not only seeing that regulatory framework. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying what is probably going to happen next.
Right.
I'm just seeing the future. It's like, okay, if they should succeed with this and happen to win December election, because now, right now, at least you have a few months to election, maybe they'll be worried, right?
Right.
But this is how incumbents work. So they'll be worried. But once they win election in December, it's like you have another 5 years.
Yes.
To deal with them. So you will not worry. And that's why Gambians will stand to make sure that this regulation is not placed in the hands of Pura. Pura cannot do this.
Correct.
So a lot of things are at stake right now, and especially with the IEC, and I'm sure probably we'll come to that. So
we'll come to the IEC, UMC. I want my man Marong to jump in before Kebafun is joining us to respond or react to something that Coach said about the coalition talks. But there was an interesting thing that you said, Brother Marong, the top, bottom, something to that effect. Do you want to delve with that right now, or?
I'll wait till we come to the next segue of our discussion. So
okay, because I didn't know what that was, whether it was still within this.
No, it was not. I'm just, you're gonna like it. It's all good. It's a metaphor. But let me speak to this media discussion, the regulation part. I think, Musa, all of us, when we come here, on Sundays, I'm not a journalist, but I do my uttermost, and I share live experiences, what I experienced in academia, and my career over the years, and that's what I try to speak to the general public when they view me or you or Coach on this platform. And we know media is important in the process, but also responsible journalism is equally important, right? So, misinformation and all that stuff that goes with it, somehow, if there is an occurrence of it, I think, both sides needs to come together and have a discussion. And I think where I fault the minister, when the key stakeholders came up and say, hey, there was no consultation process. Our inputs are required in this. We will help you to put a policy document together, polish it, adjust it, go out for comments. People need to comment on it, line by line item. If they feel that, this is a little harsh and it's not in line with our current democratic process or principles, you call them up and you have a discussion and adjust it, right? So I think making the bill part of or owning it and making sure that he trying to throw, maybe I'll take that back, but the push to get that bill, I think it brings a lot of question. What is the end game and what even brought this in the first place? And people will start questioning your motives. And I think it should be about it should be very collaborative and also a two-way and a multifaceted consultation process whereby you get inputs from folks who are out there every single day. Not everything that you're gonna buy on it, and not everything you should be accepted, but be careful. If I heard SIs keep saying this, saying over and over and over and over. If people in today's Gambia are consistently reminded of Jammeh laws back in the days, that's a problem. That's even problematic. I think what the minister should do, he's a custodian, and he needs to ensure that he execute his office. I don't want to talk about all the personality stuff, what people
perception about him in the public domain, that's very insignificant to me. But I think what he could do, he has control to reset and see these folks as partners in this endeavor rather than seeing them as competitors or I win, they lose, or lose and win, because they got him on the hot mic and all that. I think that is totally unnecessary. And if he's watching, that would be my approach. Reach out to folks. There are a lot of journalists in the Gambia who you could at least call upon to guide you through the process and ensuring that this is a shared document where everyone has an input. Because if you empower people and you call them to the table and they provide inputs and they agreed upon that input and it's all agreed upon, Musa, you cannot just come back and say, I have no input in this, I'm not going to agree on it. Because if you do, people will consider you as unreasonable and as an outlier. And I think that's what I will, my comments on this whole document.
Yeah,
I agree with as it's concerning that a professor of political science is actually trying to push these through, and you can do it responsibly and have folks add input to your document and make it finalized. I think that's very, very important.
Got you. Funke Keba Fun, are you on Keba Yangfa? Okay, I guess Keba, are you there? We cannot hear you. I'm not sure. We were seeing you earlier. Yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, the way you put it, there's absolutely no doubt. It's really going to come down to the need for them to sit down. The way it was rolled out, and I mean, Dr. Cisse, like some of the things that Esther alluded to, when you come across and people see arrogance, it's just like communication in general. It's not what you say, but how people see it or how they hear it. And you can convince them all you want that you believe that this is the way to go, that there is a need for regulation, which is okay. But then people see it a little bit differently. What role is GPU going to play? Like as I said, why Pura? Why should Pura be the regulator? You see, these are questions. Now, if you started out, because look, most people are very suspicious of doctors' intention. Fala affair bineka. Sarian, if you're talking to me, I know exactly what you are all about. I'm not listening. I'm saying, you know what? I don't trust this guy. Whatever he says or does, I know at the end of the day, it's not for the greater good. And that's where the problem lies. As an information minister, no matter how good you are, look, anyone who is going to be an information minister, you are going to defend the government. That's what information ministers do. Yeah. Now, the question is, it's also your obligation for the people to see you as credible and believable. It's very important, huh? Loy Wahati.
And yeah, and Musa,
but when you use that,
yeah,
you're done. People don't believe you. They think you spin. They think people will use the L word. They think you have an agenda. I mean, that undermines whatever good that you are trying to do.
And Musa, it's not only about that. Just one more thing. Like, if you're listening, information is very important. And when being the information minister, I think the basic thing you should have learned is how to communicate. Yes. Right? Yes. If you say man at the hot mic, man, yes. And then you go to if this is a press conference, so they leave my boycott Len.
Yes.
Are you taking this personal? Musa, this is a state affair. Like, why are you saying man?
Yeah.
Is this about you or about the state?
Yeah.
Exactly. That itself is problematic. You don't communicate like that.
But I hope he learns from it. I want to
do not make it about yourself, and that's just the truth. And I think that's what the problem lies. And he needs to resuscitate himself from this predicament. He is the one who did it, and self-awareness comes into play to ensure that folks on the other side are convinced to come back. And I think it's important, SI. I mean, we all know that you mentioned some key points here that I agree with you. It shouldn't be about doctor. It should be about the stakeholders and the end game. He needs to harness and strengthen this whole thing, thinking into a macro level in a democratic space. I think that's what he's missing.
Especially saying that if they boycott, government is also going to boycott.
Exactly.
I hope he comes back and come up with a different strategy, engage GPU, and then we have. But let's go to Keba Phone. I've been trying to get to you, Marian. You're in Atlanta though. You're not in Texas, so I could.
Oh no, I'm back home in Atlanta.
Back home in the chocolate city.
That's right.
So Keba, so what made you? I'm sure there was something that we talked about the coalition and something that Coach said. So you wanted me to send you the link. So what's up? How is system change? How are things coming? Are you still are you still hopeful that there will be a coalition?
Musa, before I get to that, I will just have to thank you guys for doing a good job. I'm a big fan of For the People, by the People, and I don't miss a Sunday. Even when I travel, I try to connect to listen. I remember I was in Freetown and connected to listen from Freetown recently. So I try not to miss a soul.
Sure.
So I'm a big fan of For the People, by the People.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just like you indicated, Musa, we had a meeting. Was it year before? Yeah, about 2 years ago.
Right.
We formed Coalition for System Change. And the reason why we formed Coalition for System Change, just like the name indicated, it's for system change.
Right.
I've been listening to you guys with SR and everybody. And basically, you guys are saying that in 2016, we achieved a regime change, but we didn't achieve a system change.
Right.
A system change encompasses the electoral reforms SI is talking about. So we decided that, look, we need to come up with another coalition and repeat what happened in 2016, but this time with the aim at changing the system, including electoral reforms. So that was the main reason why we formed Coalition for System Change.
Yeah.
And we invited everybody in the diaspora and back in Gambia. And we were able to manage to get over 100 registered members of Coalition for System Change. And we organized a meeting 2 years ago in Atlanta and invited all the political parties, opposition political parties in the Gambia. And some of them sent representatives.
Right.
And then we lay down what is our goal, what is our mission, Coalition for System Change. And we stated exactly what our mission is and what our goal is, what we want to achieve. And foremost on that is a coalition, of course, a formidable coalition to defeat Barrow in 2026. And some political parties send representatives to represent them at the meeting. And we had the meeting, and you were there, Musa. You were at the meeting in Atlanta.
Right.
And after we had the meeting, we decided that this time we're going to organize a conference on the ground in Banjul.
Right.
And last summer, we organized a conference in Banjul.
Right.
CSC, Coalition for System Change. And I was in Gambia for 2 months. We made the preparation, and we had a conference in Banjul at the Paradise Suite Hotel.
Right.
And most of the opposition party leaders were there. They sent their representatives.
Right.
And we again state in that conference what is our mission and what is our goal.
Right.
And we started the talks. But prior to this, I made 2 trips to the Gambia, and I met most of the opposition party leaders on one-on-one basis, and I talked to them. And some of them even mentioned to me, I can vividly remember one of the veterans, political party leaders. He told me, he said, Keba, I said, yeah. He said, were you not the one that chaired the meeting at Morehouse? I said, yes.
Right.
He said, if somebody have told me after, 26 years or something like that,
Yeah.
that I will be sitting with you here in my office talking about collusion, I will say, no, that's not going to happen.
Right.
And I was taken totally off guard. I didn't even thought about that. And that was the second meeting I had with this opposition party leader in Gambia, in his office. He told me, he said, Keba, you must be a patriotic, you must love Gambia. After all these years, I'd never believed that I would sit down here in my office talking about coalition.
Coalition, yeah.
So I said, look, I'm a Gambian. I'm a Gambian citizen. I love my country. And the only reason I'm here after 26 years talking about coalition is because of the love of country. It's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So we had the conference in Banjul, and most of them attended the conference, and they committed themselves to coalition. We have commitments that all of them agree that we need the coalition and we should work towards having this coalition. And while I was in Gambia, I heard about other organizations popping along the way, doing the same thing that we are doing. So when we had the conference in Banjul, some of the party leaders approached me and said, hey, Keba, why don't you CSC approach other organizations that are involved in coalition building?
Right.
I told them, look, I don't know who is involved in coalition building, but we are open to working with anybody with the same mission and the same purpose. So we consulted with few organizations, and we negotiated with them. And like I mentioned, we already have our goal. We know exactly what we want to achieve. Our goal is not to just bring political parties and win an election.
So, Keba, because time is against us. So I just want to cut to the chase. I mean, so where are you guys at when it comes to this effort of trying to bring, because like you said, this was launched almost 2 years ago. All right. Now we are like 6-7 months away from the elections. So obviously, I mean, it come down to, is this going to work or not? How is it going to work? Where are you guys with the effort? In other words, I mean, what are you looking at? Is it good? Are you guys going to be able to bring these parties together? And if not, what are the stumbling blocks? Why? What are the things that you guys are having problems with? Because obviously we haven't gotten a coalition yet. What's the problem? What are you guys? What is your problem? And then of course we have all this order every day. A new effort being launched. Nothing wrong with that. But before you know it, everybody is trying to put a coalition together. And I don't know. People are going to say, money, coalition efforts is anybody.
Well, the reason why I even called to join this broadcast is because Coach Pasambajao mentioned something that all these people, and he did mention CSC as one of the coalition building groups.
Right.
And I was just calling to respond to what Pastor Amba said. He said all this coalition groups need to come together
Right.
in order to form a coalition.
Mm.
And my answer to that is Pasamba and other Gambians are pushing the responsibility to us.
Mm.
But the responsibility ultimately lies with the political parties.
Mm.
You can take a horse to the river, but you cannot force a horse to drink.
Definitely.
So ultimately, it's up to the political parties to get a coalition. Kebafun wanting a coalition, Musajeng wanting a coalition, that doesn't gonna make it happen.
Right.
It will only happen with the collaboration of all the opposition political parties.
Right.
This is what is exactly, this is what it happened in Musa.
Mm-hmm.
We are talking to Party A. And then tomorrow, I go to the media, Party A is organizing a coalition effort. So how are we going to move forward?
Yeah.
I am talking to you, Party 8, about coalition building, and you agree with me in principle that yes, we should go ahead. You give me the green light to go
Right.
ahead.
To keep doing
And then tomorrow, I'll go to the media.
Launching another effort.
Is launching another effort.
Right.
So what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, it's tough.
Like I said, you can take a horse to the river, but you cannot force the horse to drink.
Esa, do you see what's your take on this all these different efforts? I mean, of course, most Gambians, they want to see a coalition, but at the end of the day too, if everybody is trying to bring everybody together,
yeah,
I mean, it's going to be chaotic at some point. We are 8 months before the elections.
Yeah, Musa, I think I will have to agree with Mr. Foon. To be honest, you can take a river. I'm sorry, a horse to the river, but you cannot force it to drink, right?
Right.
And ultimately, yes, I understand those stakeholders that are trying to bring these opposition parties together have a responsibility.
Right.
And their responsibility is to make sure they create that enabling environment, that platform for these opposition parties to come together. But ultimately, the responsibility or that decision to come together lies with the opposition. Yeah, right? They are the ones to say that, okay, let's sort out our difference. And as stakeholders that are trying to bring these opposition parties together, they will not be able to break a deal, able to have something concrete to say, okay, the opposition are together. If these opposition parties are not able to also, solve their differences, because at some point they have differences, right?
Yes, of course.
In terms of, starting from how the coalition should be, the format, the leadership, about also what is going to be the arrangement, should they win elections here and there? And also going back to history again, even though Sariang doesn't want us to go back to history, but going back to history again, we have learned, and we haven't had an experience in 2016, right? And I think that is a fear in some of these opposition parties, right? And genuinely, you have to understand that. You must respect that.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure that we don't repeat the past, what happened in 2016, right? How do we make sure that everybody has confidence in the process, right? So that's one thing. But I think also coming back to the stakeholders again, and Mr. Foon, I was going to ask this question. I don't know, we don't have time, but at least
you can go ahead. Yes, sir.
Mr. Foon could help us. Yeah. It's also, Musa, a bit confusing. If you have one stakeholder here out in the media today to say, Mr. Foon's, the organization is CSC, right? I think you mentioned.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Coalition for System Change.
Coalition for System Change, you have that.
Right.
And then you have Apex coming out another day.
Apex, yes.
And then you have the ADD.
Yes.
The unfortunate thing is that Musa, that party is led by Badibunka. I don't even know how Gambians put that.
So this is ADD.
ADD is not. It's even an opposition party. It's even a political party trying to also lead coalition talks. And the unfortunate thing is, like I said, Badibunka leading that is not going to help us, right? So at some point it creates that confusion also. Because as I said, people must also understand one thing, Musa. Gambians are not mostly, and it's not a justification, I'm not defending it, but Gambians are not even into the culture of reading what the CSC is coming up with, what Apex is coming up with. For them, they're concerned about this. Oh, opposition have come together now.
Yes.
Opposition of them killing that is electoral finger. That's what they are concerned about.
Yes.
But in terms of all these processes, in terms of all these engagements here and there, what are the formalities? Gambians are, so when you have one group coming, another one coming, it creates that confusion to the extent that people start questioning, which is which now? Where are we now? Right? And at some point, I was going to ask Mr. Foon. I mean, first to say, kudos for a job well done. I think this is a great initiative. But what is the level of collaboration between these groups? Do you have any working relationship with Apex, for example? Or is there another stakeholder as well working towards an opposition coalition? What is the level of collaboration or working relationship with these people to make sure, because you all working towards one thing, to make sure at least there is no duplication of efforts, to make sure that at least you're able to achieve your goal in this respect? Because at the end of the day, Gambians are going to listen to someone that is able to bring this opposition together. And mostly, Musa, just one point, people don't also, as I said, people don't follow these things keenly. Today, if opposition come together, right, people will not look at 2016 coalition. A lot of people, in fact, completely remove the other stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders who were behind the scene, right? They completely remove them from the equation. Right. For them, they focus on opposition egos.
Yes.
Oh, Halifa Saleh. Oh, Adama Barrow. Oh, OJ Jallow. Right? Yes. Oh, so they mention these individuals, but completely forgetting that there were people who were working behind the scene 24 hours round the clock, day and night, to make sure that something is able to come together. Right? So at this stage, it is important for Gambians to also understand, yes, opposition parties own this, but it's something that should be started by independent stakeholders or people who have genuine interest, whether they are affiliated with political parties or not, but people who are interested in making sure that there is an opposition coalition to contest December election. So what is the working relationship between the CSC and
the opposition efforts being Keba, before you answer, hey, Global Properties, they're the reason why we come here every Sunday. Without them, you wouldn't be seeing 40 people by people.
No deposit, flexible payment plans, and lots of discounts. Get your Lakeview apartment today.
So, Esa, I don't know where you live, but Lakeview could be your next apartment.
Sorry? Oh, I am in Colorado. Oh, you mean Gambia?
Are you in Colorado?
Yeah, I'm in Colorado, the Mile High City, Denver.
Really? I didn't know that. For real, I thought that you were in the Gambia. Right
now, I've been here since 2023, August.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Didn't I see your interview with Fatu in...
No, I was there on holidays in November, December. That was this.
Every week you in the lab? So what are you getting internet issues at all? Where are you doing your PhD?
University of Denver, yeah.
Oh, wow. You know, Dr. Sen, actually, I think he went to...
DU.
Yes, he did. Wow, congratulations.
He inspired me to come here, though.
Okay, Denver. Absolutely. Yeah. Wow. So, Keba, you heard...
Yes, Esa, to answer your question, yes, we have talks with other group like Apex and what's this other group again? It just escaped my mind. We are actually
the Team Gambia effort that hasn't been.
We are collaborating with Team Gambia and this thing.
The PAC.
PAC, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We are collaborating with Team Gambia and PAC, and we had talks with Apex before, and we cannot agree on certain aspects. So, but we agreed in principle to work with Team Gambia and PAC. And we are working with Team Gambia and PAC at the moment.
This new one, this ADD that was launched, I think so they already had one meeting.
Yes, ADD sent us yesterday or 2 days ago, they sent us a letter. And we just received correspondence from ADD.
Yeah, correct. Okay.
Yes. But the problem we have with ADD is that ADD is a political party.
Right.
Yeah.
And we believe that as a political party, you cannot be a player and a referee
At the same time.
At the same time. A political party cannot broker a coalition. So we have a problem with that. CSC and Team Gambia and PAC are independent brokers and Apex.
Yeah, but some would say that Team Gambia is launched by Halifa CDA, the Doi folks. So
well,
all under that same category now. People can see them as, this is an initiative. Because for me, Keba, I really don't think that actually, Mandama folks the initiative coming from political parties might be even much, much, much more effective. I mean, that's just me.
Well,
then
that's what I'm explaining here, Father Mos. We believe that as independent brokers, like you said, we cannot, the general public cannot say that, okay, it's a UDP thing or it's a DOI thing.
Right.
Just like you're saying right now, that Team Gambia is a DOI thing.
The effort is coming from there.
Yeah, it's coming from, even though Team Gambia is totally different from DOI. And I can tell you here that one of the reasons that Halifa told me last summer for resigning as Secretary General of DOI was to concentrate on this effort of Team Gambia. That's the reason why he resigned together with Sidi Ajata to concentrate on this project of Team Gambia.
Right.
And our collaboration started way back last summer. Like I mentioned before, I have at least 3 or 4 meetings with Halifa as Secretary General of DOI.
Right.
And that's when he informed me about the initiative that he's going to take up with Syria about Team Gambia. So we started our collaboration way before Halifa resigned as Secretary General of DOI to lead this effort of Team Gambia. So we've been collaborating and we continue collaborating.
So Keba, again, time is definitely against us. You've been on this route for a long time, because I know that, going all the way back prior to 2006. People don't know, but if there is anyone who really has a resume when it comes to coalition building, it's you. Seriously. I mean, this is going all the way back. Was it year 2000 that we had that Mid Diaspora Summit? And then another parallel arrangement was made at Morehouse. I mean, initiative with you lunch with Joe Sambu and some of these guys. And that led to the Save the Gambia Democracy Project, you being the first chairperson. So, you have the scars to show for it. Anybody who thinks that you're doing this for somebody or some party, they really don't know you. You've been at it for a while. So if you're going to Palace Larek, I mean, you could have milked it, and say, hey, it's me, Kebafun, with the initiatives that I've been part of. But so the fact that you are still here doing this, that should tell anyone, Nekini, he's committed to this cause. Win or lose. But now, knowing what you know, with your experience, we're 7-8 months before the elections. What do you think? Do you think we could ever have a coalition, a comprehensive one that everybody is on board? Or do you think What's your take? I mean, if you can nail it down in a minute or two.
Okay, Father Mose, I think this is what's going on. Just like you said that if a party is behind the talks and want to create the coalition, people will have their suspicion.
Right.
And that is exactly what's happened. We've already talked to all the political party leaders, and they gave us their commitment. We clearly stated that our position is a position of a broker. We don't have a horse in the race. But some of the political parties don't want to go that route. That's the reason for the creation of all other organizations that you're hearing. And the last one that we all had about is APP, which is a political party. It's a political party, but they are not working alone. They are working with other political parties.
Right.
So like I said from the beginning, you can take a horse to the river, but you cannot force them to drink.
So you think we're going to have a coalition or not?
It's not a matter of whether Kebafun thinks that we're going to have a coalition. Now the ball is in the court of the opposition party leaders.
Knowing what you know, I'm just talking about an objective analysis, knowing what you know and where this thing is going. Is there a possibility we're going to end up with a coalition, or are we just going to be each party going it alone?
If the political parties leaders, the political parties, opposition political parties are willing to get a coalition, Musa Ajeng, we will get a coalition. If they want to form their own groupings, then we will not get a coalition. So it's up to the opposition political party leaders. It's not up to Kebafun. It's not up to CSC. It's not up to Musa Ajeng. It's up to them. If they are serious about a coalition, we will get a formidable coalition and we will defeat Barrow come December 5th, 2026. So if Barrow win the election, the problem is the political party, opposition. The election of 2026 depends on what the opposition in the Gambia do. If they remain fragmented, Barrow will win the election. If they come together and form a formidable coalition, then Barrow will lose the election. That's where it stands.
All right. According to Kebafun, if they come together, and like most people have been saying that, they come together, they have form a formidable force, Barrow is formidable. If they fail to do that, let's not be surprised. He's saying, come December 6th, Barrow wins. Pap Samba, you heard our former chairman of Safety Gambia. His assertion.
No, man, luma jaaxal rek Mose dafa mel ni dread si dem nañ de.
Dreadlocks.
Why? No, I heard what Keba said, and Keba, when I was speaking, I was not putting the onus on the Uniters. The onus is because at the end of the day, the Uniters can just go and say you have to come together. They cannot force anybody to come together. It is the opposition parties that must come together.
Right.
And I am not as optimistic as Musa is, because I believe even if we were to have coalitions, we will have multiple coalitions that will go, and then unfortunately, we will have a continuation of the same nonsense that we've dealt with for the past 10 years. Now, where I'm saying, though, that those who are uniting must also unite, it's important because I think if there is at least some, like you're saying, that collaboration between these groups, then governments can look at it and say, well, those at least they can sit together at a table, because it's more difficult for political parties to abandon their programs and policies to come together than for those that want them to come together so that we can have a change of our status quo to unite. So this is where I'm coming from. So at some point, we have to make the very difficult decisions. And what you're saying, like I was saying, is very frustrating and confusing, where every day there is a new group coming up with the same thing. Everybody wants to unite everybody. And my observation is, and I know this for because you talk to people, there are parties that are going to this meeting, not because they want a coalition, but because they don't want to be blamed for not being part of meetings. So anybody who writes to them for a meeting, they will go to a meeting.
They will come. Yeah.
They will go.
And
this thing.
What I will add to that, Coach, is they will go to any meetings, but don't be fooled. The latest one that we have, APP is a political party.
ADD.
Yes.
And ADD is a political party.
Right.
Yes. And if you look at ADD is the same as NAT, National Alliance for Democracy and Development. They just dropped the N. And a political party leader told me at one time that we need to go to the NAT formula again. Let me tell you one thing, and let me tell all Gambians. That NAT formula, that political party leader told me, is ADD. And they are behind ADD. What is happening right now is certain political parties want to form their own coalition, and they will come up with press releases. It's not a comprehensive coalition. It's their own coalition that they're forming. I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
No, I got what you're saying, but this is what
Okay.
I just wanted to say, Musa, before I go, and I'm going after this. You see, Mandama believe ne, nit warta marbe nan potit. Te watch you pare leka sa watch it.
What is that? What is that? You gotta break it down, Coach.
You know, put it. You know, when the women when they're washing clothes, you know, the foam that comes out, that soap.
Correct.
That you should not be so thirsty that you go and drink that, and you cannot be so hungry that you can eat your vomit again. What do I mean?
Coach, I once drank that though when I was young. I remember.
Well, you are from Kiang, so I'm not surprised.
No, it was a different. It was a condition. It was a situation at the time. That's why I drank it. I remember. But let's go.
All right. So, Musa, you've talked about Keba and coalition building.
Right.
The reason why all of us were invested in this project Gambia, mostly for 22 years through hardship. The reason why Solo Sendeng died, the reason why all these people died in the struggle, the reason why some of us have serious problem with Adama Barrow because of our fear that he's not going to implement the TRRC reports is because of one person and one person only and his government, and that is Yaya AJJ Jammeh, who killed, maimed, raped our people and pillaged our resources. When I see people talking about coalition and I see APRC no alliance, to me that's a no-go area. APRC no alliance is as Yaya Jammeh is Yaya Jammeh. It is owned, controlled by Yaya Jammeh. This is why every other Friday he would issue a press release to fire leaders and appoint other leaders. So you do not want a change, so desperate for change that you want to go back to what brought us to this mess that we are in today. As far as I'm concerned, any coalition that includes APRC no alliance, to me, as a single citizen, Pasamba Jau is a no-go area for me. Because I will never be so thirsty, man, and put it, or his best son, Lekasuma watch it. It's never going to happen. Yaya Jammeh is the most evil leader that the country has ever had in that country. A lot of people died because of him. A lot of people lost a lot of their belongings and everything because of that guy. For people to come, oh, it's no alliance, it's not Yaya Jammeh, that's the biggest nonsense ever. Because no alliance is nobody but Yaya AJJ Jammeh. He controls it, he owns it, who determines who leads it, he determines who they go into coalition with and who they don't go to coalition with. That's all I wanted to say. With that, I thank you guys so very much. I know Musa will say I'm negative, that's great. But this fight has not even begun.
I am going to respond to this one.
I listen.
In as much as I understand where he's coming from, but I think the man is dead wrong on this one. You see, when you form a coalition, you're not forming a coalition that people that you totally agree with. What you're doing is you're forming a strategic tactical alliance. If we want a comprehensive coalition, and it's the only way that Barrow can be defeated so that we can hit that reset button, then it means all hands on deck. What you cannot do, Mwenge Hajale or Senale, who can be in and who can be out. They are all registered political parties. They are all Gambians. In as much as we disagree, the question becomes, when we all come together, we're going to agree upon certain things. In as much as No to Alliance was part of the APRC, they are going to subject themselves to the new Gambia that we want to create.
But Musa, before you continue, No Alliance is not a political party. Can we get that right?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to straighten up.
Let me come.
Okay, I'm just saying, no. You just said that it's a political party. I'm just telling you.
But if you're talking about a group of people that even, these are people that run elections and they have National Assembly seats.
Yeah.
So don't say that these people are nobodies. Neither the nobodies, when you form Patinga Hamlet, they've never been tested. At least they have been tested. They won seats. I'm a practical guy. If we are going to form a coalition, we are going to make deals. We're going to make sacrifices. So fekene, the present status quo, we don't have any problem with that. That's fine. But if we think is heading in the wrong direction, and we want to come together, and coming together is the only way that Barrow can be defeated, you do not have the luxury to say, can Moy join or can Modu join? What you have is, let's all come to the table. What kind of a coalition do we want to create? You build the framework. Everybody is going to subscribe to that framework. Whether it's No to Alliance, whether it's UDP, whether it's UMC, whoever it is. We agree to this. This is the new Gambia that we want to create. Why so well, no alliance because of their relationship with Yaya Jammeh. I don't know. I don't think that's the way to go. I have a serious problem with that. And I told Pasamba this morning when he called me, telling me about ADD and this No to Alliance. I'm part of a party, UMC for instance. And if we're going to go out there trying to form coalition with parties, I'm not going to say no to Alliance is not going to be part of it. No. I will have a serious problem with that. Especially Nyom Sufekene, they want to subscribe to the very belief, the very change that we all want. Why would you want to take them out of it? Why?
But why Father Mose? Let me come in. One thing. If CSC is forming a coalition and No to Alliance come in and accept our agenda.
Yes.
And are willing to work with us.
Yes.
But the same No to Alliance tomorrow will go to the media and advocate for the return of Yaya Jammeh. How do you expect us to treat that?
Dude.
They are sending messaging to the Gambians.
How about other parties that are going to come to your thing and tomorrow they're going to advocate something different and say, I don't believe in going after Yaya Jammeh. I'm just saying. Let's be honest.
No, Father Mose. We're talking about a party that is Yaya Jammeh is the leader.
It's not even a party. It's not even.
It's not even a party. But we all know that Yaya Jammeh is the leader of No to Alliance.
Let me help out. Let me help out a little bit. I think Father Mose, you're making false equivalences on these two. So what Keba is saying, if they come to the table and the coalition, whoever are leading it, for example, them, they lay out a memorandum of understanding, and those are clearly spelled out. Whether that includes going out to the media, make pronouncements about Jammeh's return or not, I really don't care. But now, if you agree upon those stipulations, going out there and advocating for something else that is in contradiction to what they've agreed on, you are in violation. Why should they continue to invite that person? You're saying they should invite because we are desperately in need of a coalition agreement, a grand coalition. That is the problem. And I wanted to address my brother there, Esa. I did not say that forget about the past, but this is what we're talking about right now. We did not realize every single thing in 2016. When we're coming together, we need to get it right. And we have an issue right now, and we need to fix it. I am on the record. I did not say that, forget about it, but we need to fix a problem. And one of the key things, here it is, a divergence is emerging within ourselves here. Musa Jeng is saying, oh, you know what? They can say that since they're calling, we need to, it's a sausage making. We need to bring different ingredients. But are we just going to stand on principle and say, because we're so in need of a coalition, we're going to let those principles away and we need to get
yeah, let me just come in here quickly. You see, Coach, I agree with you 100%. So there was a reason why Gambians voted Yaya Jammeh out. And I've always told people, and I don't care how people see this, man so majohe Yaya Jammeh tay. Nga joxma Adama Barrow. I'm going for Adama Barrow. I wish that that option is not even presented to me. Right? Now, if Musa said, yo, you said, man, I'm a practical guy. What works? You know, these things that you said, Barrow could also say that, or people in this camp could also say that we are practical guys, and that's why we have the Sirinjais and the Tombonjatas in our camp. Right? Because it's about what is going to work. If we have the no alliance, it's going to be a boost for the coalition. Let's just have them. We don't care about the principle or the moral issue behind it. No. I'm not quoting you.
We have to be careful, man. We don't need to
Okay. I withdraw that. I take that back. I
don't want you guys to say. I want you to say exactly.
Okay, I take it
what
back.
I said, and I will go back.
This whole sausage business, man, is a mess.
No. I will reiterate what I said, and let me repeat it. If we are going to have a comprehensive coalition from the get-go, everybody will have to come to the table. That's what I believe.
Okay. I take it back.
And then we are going to have. I'm not saying principles are not important there. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying all of us are going to subject to ourselves to the kind of Gambia we want to create. If we all agree, this is the kind of Gambia that we want to create. Even when prosecuting Jammeh, that's what we agreed upon. If we need to repeat this again, I'm saying whatever we agree to, and everybody subscribe to it. Don't muna khajale ak senale ne kimo wara boka because oluwinko or what he's going to say. Okay, I don't believe in that.
Okay, Musa, let me just land.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, let me just land.
In the first place.
Let me just land. Okay, fine. I apologize for that if I misquoted you, right? But what I'm saying is, if you believe that what is going to work, we need everybody on board.
Yes.
And that could include no alliance if they want to be part of it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Coach and I, and a lot of people are saying that no. Because if we have these people on board, how about if they come and advocate to say Jammeh should be returned? Wait a minute. Let me come. Now, we are having issues with that based on moral or principle issues. That's what I'm not saying that you don't care about that now. I've withdrawn that, right? But we are saying we care about principle. These are moral issues. We cannot allow an entity that still supports a man who maimed, as Coach said, who raped, who tortured and killed our people, right? And still shows no remorse for those actions, including people who support him. And we are here today. We are in a mess created by Yaya Jammeh. The mess that we are in today is created by Yaya Jammeh. And there are people who still believed in that man, that he was right. He did not kill Gambians. He did not rape Gambians. He did not maim Gambians. He did not do anything wrong. Instead, he salvaged this country. Now, I am seeing from my point of view, anybody advocating for that group to be included in that coalition, I'm not quoting you again, but I am saying that as somebody, like for me, you don't care about principal issues anymore. And again, I am going back to Barrow's camp, right? People complain and say, Sirinjai, Tombonjara, all these Jammeh people, why should they be in Barrow's government? Barrow got these people, these are people who help Yaya Jammeh. And he's still working in their government. Those are the people, some of them are in the opposition and they don't want this system. They want it to change. Now, if you are telling me that you are still comfortable with that alliance or that movement being part of the coalition that is seeking to remove that Adama Barrow, who has hired people who were working in Jammeh's government, who helped Jammeh kill, maim, and tortured Gambians and rape them, What is the difference between you that is comfortable to have those people in that coalition and Barrow, who is also having it? Because Barrow could also use the same argument to say, well, this is practical, it is working for me, and I'm going to maintain it. What's the difference?
Thank you very much, Esa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esa.
And Musa, I wanted to respond to you. No, Musa,
I totally disagree with the analogy that he threw around. Seriously.
That's fine. You know what, Musa? That's fine. Let me respond to you, Musa. What is No to Alliance? How did it come about? It came about because of, I call them the Nazi wing of the APRC, because of their firm belief that Jammeh did no wrong to Gambians, that he should be accorded every right as a citizen, and he did more for Gambians than anybody could tell. That's why what No to Alliance is. This is why when the other opportunist of that party decided to ally with Barrow, he got mad because he believed that Barrow was prosecuting him with TRRC. He formed his own group from within the APRC, call it No to Alliance. And to them, everything about the TRRC is a farce. Everything about the Jammeh Commission is a farce. The killing of Solo sending to No to Alliance means nothing. It did not happen. Jammeh did not do it. Everybody who testified that they were raped, they were tortured, they are just lying. Jammeh never did that, because that is what No to Alliance is. You see, Musa, one must stand for what is right, irrespective of the consequences. You cannot just continue to You cannot just continue to be transactional in this thing and less. It's transactional. It is.
Where would you? Okay, if we're going that route, where would you put the GDC? Because in 2021, GDC actually had a coalition with President Jammeh. At every Fundembi campaign, Jammeh would call in. Are you going to say that then we're not going to have a coalition with GDC? The point that I'm making is this. Look, I do not
support GDC, and this is why. This is why, man. I will never take GDC seriously, and I was 100% opposed to them. You have to stand for something and believe it.
The argument that you're making, you're preaching to the choir. That's how I see No to Alliance too. I have a serious problem where they stand. But that's not what we are talking about. We're talking about forming a comprehensive coalition with a new set of manifesto programs. Anyone who wants to subscribe to that, again, we are going to be held by a new Gambia that we are going to create. Not what No to Alliance believes, not what UMC believes, not what DOI believes, but what all of us believe in. This is the new Gambia that we want to create. We are going to come together and we're going to sell it to the Gambian people. If No to Alliance subscribe to that, I am not going to take whatever I believe in, that was their stand last year or 5 years ago, and use it against them. And just them and them alone. The moment you go through that route, then you're not being fair. Because there are other political parties that they have committed sins we all disagree with. Now what we are saying is, we are coming together, because also, for all tactical reasons, that's the only way that this man can be defeated. I am not saying that let's compromise our principles. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that let's adopt No to Alliance principles or beliefs. I am not saying that. All I'm saying is, let's open it up to all the political parties and not just have some kind of a test for just one single party, and allow everybody to have their say. That's all I'm saying. If
Musa, but you kept mentioning political parties. No Alliance is not a political party.
I'm the coalition in your one. UMC is not a political party.
Wait. No. Why UMC? No. UMC is different. No. UMC is different.
But No to Alliance, they have not more political influence in the Gambia.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. UMC. UMC at least they are on a path to registration. Whether they'll be registered or not, that's another thing. But at least UMC then come as a political party. They want to register as a political party.
So you're saying that the coalition should only be political parties?
No, wait. I'm not saying that. You are the one saying political parties.
Not of groups that are evil and formed by an evil man.
No, Musa, you are political parties. And that is why I'm telling you, a No to Alliance is not a political party. So if we are talking about political parties coming together, why do we even have to consider No Alliance as a stakeholder? What could happen is, if there is an opposition coalition, Musa, nobody is coming to say, okay, say if Esanjai, I mean, God forbid though, if I'm part of No Alliance, if I want to come and vote for that opposition candidate, right? Coalition candidate, nobody is coming to me and tell me that, Esa, no, don't vote simply because you are part of the No Alliance. Your vote is your vote and it's your choice. You want to vote somewhere. But coalition talks, you're talking about changing a system that was put in place, or that is a legacy of Yahya Jammeh's terrible dictatorship.
No. That's not what we are talking about.
No. Wait. Again,
that's not what we are talking about.
No. But
not what we are talking about.
Sir, we are talking about removing Barrow. Today, One of the reasons why many people are against Adama Barrow, you and I know it. It's because of the people that also surround him. Hey, no, I'm telling you the reality. You are a practical guy, Musa. No, you said you are a practical guy.
We have seen people.
Just allow me to learn.
And all of a sudden,
there are some
people even worse than these people.
Michael Mulan, I mean, you are interjecting and deflecting. Michael Mulan.
So Sariang allows me to learn. At least Sariang mom why just allow me to learn. So
likes to get on
there are people in the Gambia today, when you talk to them, what is your problem with Barrow's government? Wallahi, Musa, and Yosa Hamnali, they will tell you that I have problem with Barrow's government simply because he surrounds himself with the Yahya Jammeh people, and the Jammeh playbook is what he's using. All these tactics that Jammeh was using to win elections, Barrow is doing the same because he has people like Sidin Jai around him. Imagine what was happening in Jammeh's time. Moine, a speaker of parliament, or a minister, or an influential person in government can go to the police station and ask the police to release an individual who is being arrested. Sidin Jai was at the police station the other day, right? So the same tactic like they can use. So there are people who will tell you that I don't support this government simply because Barrow surrounds himself with Jammeh enablers from the Tombanjatas, who was in fact the majority leader at the time when the how do you call it, the state of emergency was being passed in parliament, endorsed by Yahya Jammeh in 2016. At that crucial time, Sidin Jai, who was the minister who was saying Barrow was not going to be sworn in, Yahya Jammeh will stay and he's not going anywhere. And you have all these people around him, the Fatmata Jahumpa Sises, now in South Africa, the Rambo Jatas, the Lantombon Tambas, who went in front of the TRRC and denied that he was ever tortured. Now, if those people, if those people have their issues with those people surrounding Barrow, and again, you want to come and convince those people, Nengene Adama Barrow, but with people Hamne, they still support Yahya Jammeh. At least, Sidin Jai, with all his things, he does not come out openly to say Jammeh will come back. Tomban Jada with all this, he's just not coming out to say Jammeh will come back. Lanto Mondaba. But these are people, the Almame Jibas and others, who are coming out on records, telling you that we want Yahya Jammeh to be back. He has not committed any crime. He should be back here as a former head of state and be able to live in this country freely. You want to convince Esanjai that let's have a coalition to remove Barrow. Who believes that Barrow surrounds himself? I have my problem with Barrow because he surrounds himself with Jammeh enablers. And then you want me to join with other people who still support Yahya Jammeh openly and believe that he was the best for the Gambia, despite the torture, the killing, the rape, the maim that he committed, the evil acts he committed against Gambians. You want to convince me that we should come together with those people and remove Adama Barrow? I, Esanjai, as somebody who believes in principles, will never be part of that effort. And if Gambia should stay like this, under Adama Barrow, simply because of that, then so be it. Thank you.
I 100% agree with you, Esa. And let me tell Musa one thing. There is a big difference between GDC and APRC non-alliance.
Really?
Mama Kande left APRC and formed his party and give it a name GDC. APRC non-alliance come into being because Yaya Jammeh don't believe that Barrow is going to give him amnesty. That's why he cling on APRC non-alliance. And that is exactly what APRC non-alliance are advocating for the return of Jammeh. Just like Esa stated, they believe that Jammeh is the best thing in Gambia that Gambia ever had.
Guys, go ahead before I jump in and Sariang and you click.
No, look, come, Keba, what you said is very simple. It's very simple.
Limawa, Esa, I need to come in here. Limawa, look clearly. Man, I do not subscribe to No to Alliance and their position. All I'm saying is, we're looking at creating a coalition that we believe can defeat President Barrow. Now,
that's it all, and that's it.
Most people have a problem with President Barrow because the Jammehs, lackeys that he surrounds himself with. But that's not, unfortunately, that's not even the majority. Because the guy ended up winning by, 50-something% of the votes in 2021. And Gambians were well aware of that.
Yes.
So these most Gambians are against.
No, I didn't say most Gambians, Musa. Don't quote me. I said some.
Listen, the numbers don't match what you're saying.
No, but you said most. No. I never said most. No, Musa.
Now
Musa. The mala quote fee, then rectify. No, then rectify. And I took it back. I never said most.
The same thing.
No, welcome. Well, Esa, welcome to our world. This is what we deal with every weekend. So just to let you know. So brace yourself. Take him on, Musa, Esa, please.
Musa, the mark quote correctly. The Bimala fi misquoted, then rectify. And I took it back. So right. I never said most Gambians. I said you talk to some Gambians. Some people will tell you.
Look, I do agree. For somebody like me, yes, it's one of the reasons that I don't care for the Barrow administration, because of the seeding eyes of this world.
Thank you.
Because of him walking away from the Memorandum of Understanding. Because of I don't believe in third term for Barrow. There are a lot of reasons. The reason why I will not support President Barrow. I also believe that Barrow getting re-elected, our democracy will not be consolidated. But again, I'm a practical guy. I understand how politics works sometimes. It's not what you want, but the reality that we are dealing with. Now, so Wahene Danga form a coalition. It's open to every Gambian. It's not that you know and we accommodate what you want, Jammeh's returning, or we accommodate Jammeh hasn't done anything. That's not what I'm saying. I still believe Jammeh should be prosecuted. And maybe that is even going to be part of the deal when you're forming a coalition. If No to Alliance do not subscribe to that, then they will remove themselves outside of the coalition. But what you cannot do is to have a litmus test. Remember now, a litmus test for only one party or one political individuals. You cannot do that. You absolutely cannot do that. Now, so I'm forming a coalition like this. Anybody call Hamne support on the Jammeh, you are not going to be part of it. You can do that if you want. But if you think that is the kind of coalition you want to create to confront Barrow, it's like going to a boxing match with Mike Tyson and tying your hands at the back of tying one hand at your back. I'm telling you, you'll be knocked out in 1 second.
No.
Well, Musa, one thing. Let me guarantee you one thing. If we have a coalition without APRC non-alliance, we will win. If we have a coalition, a grand coalition without APRC non-alliance, we will win Barrow in
just like without GDC in 2016.
It's exactly like GDC without GDC in 2016.
No, man, I do not disagree there. I do not disagree. What I'm saying is,
but then it's unnecessary to argue that point.
No.
We don't need APRC non-alliance to win Barrow.
Samba, wait a minute. The reason why we are talking about it, ADD, they had a coalition, and all these parties were there, including No to Alliance. And Pasamba's position, when we spoke earlier, I'm not going to support it. And I'm like, why? It's like because of No to Alliance were there. I don't know.
You have to. He's not here. He needs to defend himself.
No, but I'm not going to lie.
I know you don't lie, but to be fair to him,
we had this conversation. I'm going to bring it up. Bring it up. My position is it should be open. You don't have a litmus test for just set of people. That's all I'm saying.
I think Pasamba is 100% right.
I think
we should take no to alliance out of the equation.
I respect that.
I think the proposition here about no to alliance, it's very popular. What we are all saying here. I know you go into this rigmarole about I'm a practical guy. I understand politics. All of us don't understand politics. We're sitting here and we're just yapping. But at the end of the day, the principle stands. And I think that's what we're advocating for. We're not just in for transaction, saying that come to the table, let's do sausage making, and let's see who we can push at the top. No, hold on. We gotta give me a chance to land. Father, my mama land. Baal ma wasuma kadu man bay na la ya wax nga buga wax.
Lana.
Jerejef. Thank you.
You can text me.
Thank you very much. I don't know what happened. When they definitely what Ahmad Ba keep calling you are speaking bongums. I think very you've been speaking bongums. Then you lost your mojo. And I'm so glad. Go invite SI every week. Then that way you can keep losing your mojo.
SI is in Colorado. SI.
I know that. He's going to the same. He's going to the same college with Dr. Sen and where my uncle went. You know, that's University of Colorado.
Denver, yeah.
Yes, because he was a classmate to Dr. Sen. Huh?
Man, like Ahmad Ba would say today, Sariyang.
You're speaking bongums, man, for about 2 hours, man. You're nothing but bongums. And the cousins are infuriated and excited that we trip you off your game today. And Stephen does, oh, what is he talking about? He's confused as hell.
You got it?
Musa. Gambia.
Man, politics in the Gambia is very complex, and I absolutely agree, my man. That is why.
I'm new to there. How many people are saying you are a practical man, Mr. Practical?
When it comes to politics and deal making, I have a feeling that you cannot have a litmus test. That is the biggest mistake. You amateurs in this game of politics, you have a tendency to hide behind these self-righteousness. And that's
maybe I'm the amateur in politics, but not Sariyang and Mr. Foon.
Hey, Ezra, I will take amateur every single day in politics than Weber and talk bongums for 3 hours and be Mr. Practical Guy. That is self-righteousness in every facet. That's how I
we're gonna see how this thing play out.
Musa, I was gonna say something.
Again, these people are meeting. They met on Sunday, I think. I don't really know much about the people that are behind it. That's why I can't speak.
And where I'm gonna add is I hope Musa Jeng is speaking in his own capacity from Atlanta, Georgia, not in the name of UMC. I just want to make sure.
I never speak.
I don't represent.
I don't represent UMC in any way. You heard what
Sounds good.
UMC.
But Musa, there's something also. Just one thing quickly. I think there's no time. So finally, Mansa, I need to go for soccer. Like Gambian team, we're having a test game today. So this African
soccer needed.
They tried it. They kicked the home and I didn't see I couldn't jang up. I don't make a footballer, to be honest.
Really? What has one got to do with the other? Are you telling me they're mutually exclusive?
I'm gonna jang up football to them one of them guys. Either you go this way or the other way. So anyway, I'm not a good soccer player. Just kidding. Anyway, so if you look at what is happening in Gambia with the IEC recently, it's very, very troubling. Especially, coming from the chairman of the Electoral Commission. While people have their issues, some are saying that, well, the guy is already compromised, the millions of dollars is, going into private accounts and all that. Right. Those are issues, right? But I think also it's very worrying. I think I listened to him talked about the activities of some groups here and there. And at some point, just 2 days ago on Friday, I had to write a short piece. I wanted to go deep, but Gambians and the culture of reading, right? A lot of people will be like, we cannot read it. So I just had to stop it somewhere. I wish I could go further. So the chairman of the Electoral Commission going after certain unregistered, in quote, groups, and specifically everybody knew that he was referring to the UMC, if you listen to him, right? Yeah. But what was more troubling for me is the chairman himself quoting the wrong section of the Constitution, right? Specifically mentioned that Section 105, these people are violating Section 105. Right. This was something that was written. This was a scripted statement, right? Right. But, the Section 105 of the 1997 Constitution talks about language in Parliament, use of English as a language in Parliament. So, man, I could not understand, was this done out of sentiments to the extent that the chairman, or the whole chairman of the whole Electoral Commission could come and face the media and cite the wrong section of the Constitution? That's one thing. And secondly, Section 60 more about sponsoring of candidates. And Section 60 of the Constitution is telling you that no other association or no association other than political parties can sponsor candidates for elections. Right. Now, Section Bobu, if you look at interpretation of it, only political parties can sponsor a candidate, but those who wish to contest, not on the ticket of a political party, can go independent. Absolutely. Now, for Funonu, there's no movement that is in violation of that section right now. At least I've consulted some lawyers. Because for you to sponsor a candidate, then what are them nominate, you accept some nomination. Correct. Right? Now, we have not reached that stage. UMC, for example, has not sponsored Talib or Yaya Sanyang or MC Cham to say, Ki Moy Nekasun candidate be confirmed. Exactly. Okay. So UMC worried them with Talib, for example. What are AGA at the IEC? File their nomination. IEC at that point, UMC is not registered and they are trying to bring up Talib. Hopefully, UMC IEC want to rely on Section 60 of the Constitution, invoke it and say, well, Talib cannot run under UMC because UMC is not registered. He can only go independent. Absolutely. So if you look at even the Elections Act, Section 105 to 109, because 110 in fact talks about voter registration, right? Fraudulent voter registration and stuff like that, complaints. So 105 to 109 is even talking about political parties. For example, and it's talking about registration of parties, deregistration, when they appeal issue and all that. Those sections are talking about that. And Musa, what I said, I might be wrong legally. I'm not a lawyer, a disclaimer. But a law cannot apply to me when I'm not bound by the provisions of that law. For example, a particular section in the Constitution says that parliamentarians can speak in the media but cannot divulge parliamentary secrets. And then Musa Jeng, not a parliamentarian, goes to the media and divulge secrets of parliament, and then you want to hold him up to account using that law. Musa Jeng, for God's sake, is not a parliamentarian. You will use another law to hold Musa to account. So that those sections may regulate the registration, deregistration also come like as in DE. Nakala political parties you want to deregister, so you want to violate the law. How should they be registered? Their activities here and there, what appeal mechanisms here and there. That's what it is talking. It is regulating political parties. But UMC as a movement. So what they want, then you may violate those sections of the Elections Act. They are not yet a political party. How are they violating that? You think about this more. Make sure all the because UMC they're trying to register. And this more UMC, they are doing activities you're saying akin to the activities or operations of political parties. What is wrong with you processing their registration makes no then you operate as a political party so that they will be in conformity with the laws. But one statement be, apart from the misreading of the sections and all that of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, I am seeing a target, a deliberate target. This is a scheme, a ploy that is being used by the incumbent, how to target opposition parties, including UMC. Because So, my analysis, I've said this, with a third force, the election could go anyway. But legi, the opposition leader trying to come together. Why not we try to eliminate the UMC? They are not part of the equation. Boku in the election, it's still going to be in their head. Oh, people still, how do you call it, referendum? The protest vote against UDP. But the UMC will say that man can vote al baro vote some again than to vote for the UDP. Because Hamad Bah has said this clearly. Musa, we need to know how regime tactics work in African politics. I think it's Sukota meeting, these people are a threat. And these people then bebuga register. You have not registered them. At the IEC, they should go back and do one or two things. According to them, they have done that. The IEC is not even updating us on their responsibility, what they should do to make sure that those that want to register are registered before the election.
Correct.
Right? Instead, they are coming back, putting that responsibility or burden on them, telling them that they should stop. When you are not even updating the public about what you are doing at your level to make sure that these actors are registered to be able to participate in it. So for me, opposition should be able to look at these things objectively and know where exactly the regime is heading to, the tactic that they're using to try to eliminate groups like the UMC, so that it will be now, because soon you eliminate the UMC and others, it's like borrow, double, regain. Right? That's it. Or rematch.
And that's what we don't want. But let me just say this about that. I mean, they can delay as far as UMC is concerned. But when everything is said and done, UMC is going to be on the ballot. We're either going to be part of a government or the government. You can take that to the bank. Talib Ahmed Bensouda is going to be on the ballot, register or no register. And I believe we will be registered soon. And I'm hoping, because that's what the Gambian people are asking for. We want every Gambian, whoever wants to run, and make sure you tick all the boxes. We should be able to register the party, and let's allow the Gambian people ultimately to decide. But anyway, Pap Samba is back. Let me bring him on. I'm sure we're getting close now, Pap Samba and Sariang. You guys,
no. What I wanted to say again, Balal Marek. See what Esa was saying. For too long, I've been fighting, not fighting at least talking about some of the unconstitutionalities in Ghana that happen at the IEC, including the expired tenure of the now former chairperson, and even the extension that was done, which was unconstitutional, because there is no provision in the Constitution that gives anybody the power to extend the tenure of the chairperson when his term or her term expires. But what tends to happen with our opposition again, and I'm going to bring this up again, is that we need to sleepwalk. We are used to sleepwalking into a problem. The issue that with the IEC statement, the chairman's statement, who is a childhood friend, we were classmates from primary 1 to Form 2. We grew up together, and I know him very, very well. His statement, his erroneous statement that we know was targeted at Nakala to the UMC, people, instead of seeing it as a broader problem that we have with the IEC, we are looking at it as a UMC problem. And this is the problem that we have, the opposition.
Thank you.
If it is the UDP, we see it as a UDP problem. If it is UMC, we see it as a UMC problem. But unless we have an IEC that is impartial, independent, guided, run with integrity and dignity in accordance with our laws, no opposition can claim to have a free process in our electoral process. When the IEC is fair across the board, the opposition has a greater chance of winning. When biases are shown against anybody, we have a problem. And I hope the opposition forget about coming together to defeat Barrow, but at least come together to protect the integrity of the IEC. Because when the IEC acts with integrity, it benefits the opposition. If it does not, it always benefits the incumbent. So if you look at this as a UFC problem to mock them, believe me, you're not doing yourself any good. And I hope we'll all, focus on holding the IEC to account, because without them being accountable to us in the most dignified way, according to our laws, forget about coalition. You will not win. Thank you, guys.
I just want to say this very quick. You took me back to, Joe Colley and some of the statements that he made that I found, I totally disagree with the utterances that he made. And I called to you, and then you told me, no, I think he's wrong on this one. I don't know Joe Colley, really. And there are a lot of people that basically saying that this guy has already been bought. And, and this is what I'm going to say. Based on Pasambayo, you know him and some other people. There's this talk about he's a God-fearing, a spiritual kind of a person. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I know the added vice chairperson, Chorno Jalo. I know him, somebody who is direct, honest, a straight shooter. He can give me faith that the Independent Electoral Commission, under his watch, we will get free and fair elections. Now, there are people saying that, look at Joe Colley, the amount of money that was deposited in his account, and just that alone. But you see, I think we need to be careful. If I were, let's say, working for the IEC and representing CRR, and the accounting structure that they have, if you're going to blame the financial instructions. So this is how they do it. The monies that are given, they're giving it to individuals to deposit in their account. Who do you blame for that? They have a serious violation of controls as far as I'm thinking the financial instructions is concerned. You cannot blame Joe Colley for that.
Okay.
You see, now, does that mean that the guy is guilty of squandering 300 whatever? I don't know. That is something for the audit office to come in and say, you know what? This amount of money that was allocated to this man and they put it in his account actually is a violation. And who should be held accountable? Is it Accountant General? Is it the Minister of Finance? Again, all I'm saying is this. We had Ali Momar Njai, Pasamba and I always used to say this on this program. Baba Li Moko Hamon Munema. This was before the 2016 election. Munema Ali Momar Njai Mima Ham. He cannot be bought. People used to say, Jammeh bought him, gave him money. Okay. So we need to be careful the way we throw things at people.
Okay.
The institutions, I have a serious problem with the IEC as an institution, but that's not an individual, this person or that person. And as much as I have my reservations, the way they're treating the party that I support, and that's UMC, with this delay. If
you don't have a party yet, you're not a party yet.
I just wanna interject for a minute, because we've been
party there
for a very long time. So I think there are two situations that you're trying to compare here. I think what the debate is currently is about his utterances, Musa. And it's very, very important. The IEC chairman is supposed to be an independent adjudicator of the electoral process, meaning he should not sign with nobody, and that person should exercise a lot of restraint to stay above the fray, not to get into these political jabs. And I really think anyone that was listening to him, irrespective of whether you are a UMC supporter or a UDP supporter or a DOI supporter, will be very concerned. And I will tell you, furthermore, when they had that inter-party committee meeting at the hall, there was this guy, I think he's an APP Sobea agent, said something, these elections will be different. We need to be all careful, we are ready. He went again and said, I don't know whether this is considered a threat, but we are also, Musa, that is irresponsible. And if I say this with all due respect to Mr. Sambo, I don't know him, Mbemba and Adam, and I'm not trying to judge him, but I think his position is very important. And more importantly, this is his first rodeo as a chairman. We came from a dictatorship for 22 years. We got Ali Mamad Njai, who oversee our first elections, post-dictatorship. 2021, he oversaw it. 2026 is Joe Sambus, Joe, whatever his name is. Okay, Koli. But we need to be careful, Musa. I think why the debate, why a lot of people have opinions, because the man continued to make political statements that an IEC chairman not supposed to make.
Yeah.
And I didn't help with his cause. And that's the practical, irrespective of what happened. I will leave that to the audit office to come up with that. But what here, the conversation should center around what did he say and what his posture has been. It's very troubling, and he cannot continue on this path because he needs to oversee a process. He doesn't need to favor anyone. He doesn't. He just needs to ensure that everyone has a fair playing field, and they get out there and mobilize, and whoever win. Kumun samorum dumal lola.
Absolutely.
And Musa, I was going to add something to that. Come Joe's issue. You remember, I mean, and I've had some people also talked about something. I wouldn't go into that. I don't know much about that. You know, I don't want to be personal, but some people have even talked about Joe being kind of arrogant, right? Because also they've seen him. I think you remember that program, the brunch with Lamin Cham.
Yeah. When he
went to the brunch with Lamin Cham, and Cham, as a journalist doing his job, confronted him with an issue.
Right.
Joe was angry, debate, pam, back and forth, push and pull here and there, and what he did was to work hard from the studio.
Yeah.
That was really bad, right? So, you know, leadership. Busa, people just need to be very careful with some of these things. Come Lyndon were even about the information minister.
Right.
Come Soneke leader, and that's why I always have problem with even. I'm going to say this here on records. Even you know Yankuba, for example, Yankuba Dabo. I've always tell people that I think at some point, if you are in certain positions, you got to be careful what utterances to make and what not to make. Understand me? Ni denga tolu fo xamne amna yoy na yo xamne do ko muna wax Musa tay you also make a certain position. There are certain statements that I, as an ordinary citizen, there are certain statements that I can make that you cannot make. Why do we always hold Adama Barrow to account when he speaks?
Absolutely.
Right? Because he's occupying a position. Okay? So moine Barrow bumgene wax ne dama fi nek when Dabo died and all that was disgusting and irresponsible highly of a president. And for me, anybody defending that statement, you are equally disgusting. Excuse my language. Right? So we always try to hold Adama Barrow to account because when even an opposition leader, and when Barrow speaks, they are different. The ways are different because Barrow is the head of state. Equally, I tell people that sometimes I listen to Yankuba, some of the statements that he makes, he might be right in his own word in terms of the fight that he's doing here and there, but there are certain statements that I disagree with because I'm seeing him not as Yankuba, I'm seeing him as chairman of the Brikama Area Council. When I see a police officer today in the street, Musa, I don't see a police officer, I see the state because you're wearing a state uniform.
Correct.
Understand? So equally with Joe, you also worried them at the time you were the vice chair of the IEC. At that time, people could say that you're going to be next. Going to the media show, Cham was confronting you with facts of voter registration or voter cards or whatever being found somewhere and all that. And you're telling him that no, that is not true. He was confronting you facts. We are just push and pull back and forth to the extent that you got angry and left.
Right.
That was really a bad sign. What kind of person are we dealing with? And then secondly, I had a personal interaction with Joe. Maybe he will not even remember if he should hear this, but I remember this was at the UTG when I approached him. I think this was around 2017-18, right? I approached him. I was talking to him about the possibility. I mean, Gambia, why can't we hold elections on weekends? Right. Because I've seen that like on Thursday, that has been the tradition. People sometimes don't go to office or work on Wednesday. Then Thursday, they're going to vote in their villages.
Right.
They travel. Then Friday, they're like, oh, Friday can mom, it's election results announcement, right? Nobody goes to work. Then Saturday. So meaning we lose Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 5 good days. And then Monday, we're back at work. So I don't know. I'm not saying that I was worried, but then I know probably they had the plan. But response B was not something that was nice. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm just raising this. So I had this personal interaction with him. So Bimako Hole from the get-go, I was like, it seems this guy has some personality issues. And then went to Charm, Bim acted in that manner, concluded I said, then this was not accident. This was not coincidental.
Right.
Then again, you came and make those statements. One, citing the wrong section of the Constitution. Two, going after an entity that is not yet even registered. That you have the responsibility to even register.
Absolutely.
And you refuse to do it. And then you after that entity, trying to see how to hold them to account and all that, when you cannot even hold them to account legally. So that is why people have their issue with Joe. Whether God-fearing or that another, that's personal. Right. Whether you yala or not, I think that's so personal to people. And they are the one. I'm not going to sit here and say that your colleague is God-fearing or God-fearing or Khalifa Saleh is God-fearing. That's not my business. If you are God-fearing, that's between you and God. But we know what my Gambians see what we want. They're free, fair, and transparent elections. And at this stage, when we started this conversation, the free, fair, and transparent nature of elections are measured at 3 stages: before the election, during the election, and after the election, and crucially, before the election. The level playing field is where it is. The playing field is where it is level, right? So if we see the chairman of the Electoral Commission coming to make statements that are
very much seen to be, yes.
I mean, it's very worrying and concerned. So nobody is saying Joe is not God-fearing or whether he is corrupt or not. That's another conversation. His utterances, especially at this crucial stage of the election process or the electoral process, Lolo is very concerning, and I think
extremely.
What said nobody should celebrate.
I don't think anybody would disagree with it, without a doubt. And what he said was definitely, because again, when you have an institution that there is a perception, call it a perception problem or a reality, but if people perceive that it's not independent, then clearly, it's their job to make sure they change that perception. Somebody who knows him well, Sal said, Sal Tal, and I'm just going to read it. He said, I know Joe Coley as a classmate in St. Augustine. My view is he's not a good communicator and can come across as very defensive. And then he said he should do better, and this is from making combative utterances. So without a doubt, and I hope he learns from it, because again, 2026 is going to be a 2026 is going to be a hell of an election, and I hope that it's not going to come.
So most I'm going to Sal. I just realized that my classmate la one time from 1 from 2. I Sal time mungi tuti be buga de. I'm going to go to continue bare affaire. You know, one mama wa Falanjai.
No, Sal nga hamne ñun ñoo bokk suñ teli 8. Sometimes he sides with you. I think that has something to do with it. And you know. But anyway, guys, it's getting close. So Esa and Sariang, so I guess Keba, we'll just go around 1 minute each, bang, 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 before we leave here. You can just talk about whatever issue you want to happen. It's 4:52. We got about 8 minutes. We said it among ourselves, 2, 4, 6, 8. Go ahead, Brother Maron. Just because I call him out, he's just going to ignore me. Keva, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Father Moose. One thing about the ESA don't want the only thing my character matters.
It does.
And the other thing I am appealing, especially to the party leaders, to put country first. Now, the onus is on the party leaders. If the party leaders want a grand coalition, I mean the opposition party leaders, we will get a grand coalition. It's not up to CSC or PAC or Team Gambia. we are just brokers. We want to bring them together. Our desire is to bring the opposition parties together. But it's up to the opposition parties to want to come together and put country first. And that's all I have to say.
Country first. I just want to, when you guys started your broker supposed stand, were you guys, how will you determine who you're going to reach out to and who not? Do you have a criteria or Nilen Neharek?
No, we reach out to all the political opposition parties.
Just parties?
And aspiring independent candidates that we know of.
So I have to believe that you didn't say reach out to NATO Alliance.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Musa, let's not go back to that again, Musa, please.
All right. Brother Marong, are you ready to, are you just going to ignore me again?
No, I'm not ignoring you. I'm going to early because I have to catch up with you and I have to add my energy to this. Right now, I'm low energy. And I have to, so I just got to be transparent. But, thank you very much. So thank you very much for all of you coming on today. And I really, really appreciate it. I think it was very engaging. But I think my Kianka brother there, Esa, what I'm going to say is, Esa, if you see something, say something, okay? That's the first part. But Musa, I really, we're talking about UMC and how their application has been dragging. I was speaking to someone this past weekend, and I said, the model that UMC employ as far as setting up branches and being engaged, reaching out to voters, I think all of us, whether you are a UMC supporter, you should be proud that an opposition party or movement who needs to register is meeting those requirements. And I thought, before you register, I am not the expert on this, but I thought there are requirements that you need to meet prior to becoming a political party. And we should all do everything possible to encourage and hopefully replicate from what they are doing, their strengths, and learn from it. But I don't think going out there and making statements and people are thinking that it's meant to derail their progress. I really don't think. I think Gambians have fought hard to be where we are today, and we need to all nurture the current political space that we have. And if we cannot add more to it, we should not diminish what have been gained, through the 22 years of Jambi dictatorship up to today. And I think I definitely appreciate the dialogue, the conversation that we had today. And hopefully, we'll carry this forward and, get it to another level. And, but, without a doubt, today, I think the rising star, I must say this because Mr. Tarawole doesn't give his polls. I think it's Coach Pasambajo. Despite him calling in and out, Musa was just tripling all over himself. So, but it's okay. We love you still, Father Mos, and you're still the chief strategist. Okay. With that, I pass it along. Thank you.
All right, Esa, your 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Musa. Going lot to the Mr. Practical. So I don't know. That's it.
Lamin Silati, I know him. He's always Suma NCP.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you so very much, Musa. This was a last minute thing, but I think it was good. Then Coach Bumrich Aure, on the weekend, the guy was relaxing the Dela, and then I woke up and saw his message. I called him. He was like, maybe next week. No. I think this is an important topic. I just have something to say. So it's good that we have this conversation. I think it should be an opportunity for Gambians to also, take stock of, what the strides or the achievements we have made as a country, since 2016, those challenges and all that. But, this is very good as we approach the elections in December. And I hope that people will take the Gambia's issue seriously, because all the Gambia, mostly what happens, you have a lot of people who don't actually care about what happens in that country, right? Which is very unfortunate though. So in terms of opposition coalition, I hope Mr. Foon and his team will be able to, at least put something together that the opposition parties also will take it as a responsibility. The ball is in their court. If they want to come together to be able to defeat Barrow, and they will be able to. But if they decide otherwise, well, unfortunately, we'll be with Barrow for another 5 years, which is going to be disastrous. Okay, that's my opinion. So it was good. Again, my Baribunka son, Sariang, you did a great job. So thank you. Well, hang on, Mom. I'm always a bit confrontational with him. I remember when I had my first appearance on this show. Right. Remember when I talked about the UDP not very different from NPP in fighting corruption? I think that was my first appearance. Sarian was like, "Come again, come." So,
yes, that was
our first encounter, and I was like,
our first encounter, but still, I stand firm on that principle. 6 and 9 is an insult. They are totally different.
No, I never said 6 and 9. Journalists, yeah, just must statement be.
Okay,
they did not quote me, but they did not quote me.
That hasn't changed, and we can let that conversation.
They did not quote me, though. Paraphrase.
Violate rules today. You get your 2 minutes.
No, I'm violating my rule. You have to be an independent adjudicator. I don't know what happened. Did you eat the Benachin usually? Did you eat your lunch, Father?
All right, Esa.
All right, brother, man.
I got the final word. All we've been saying today is how do we level the political terrain? It is important. If we level it up, we have a free and fair elections, and ultimately the Gambian people decide, then our democracy will be safe and it will be consolidated. Now, how do you level the playing field? We talked about regulations, forging of birth certificates, who should register, who shouldn't register. Again, that is why it's so important for us to make sure that the people that are responsible for issuing these documents, for them to do it the right way. Because for them not doing that, really, it undermines the state, it undermines the viability of the country, it undermines our elections. The other thing is the IEC. Whatever we feel about you, at the end of the day, the Independent Electoral Commission, you're supposed to be independent, a referee, basically. Whatever you say, it's just like the Fed chairperson. Whenever he speaks, everybody, all these investors are listening, because whatever he says is going to have an impact in the economy. The same thing should go with the Independent Electoral Commission. Emotions are high. When you go out there, be very scripted. Be very careful with what you say, because people don't trust the IEC. So now you guys are starting out with people not trusting your institution. You should work extra hard to make sure to restore that trust. It's not going to be easy. People are going to make up stuff. I'm telling you. But at the end of the day, if you give them the ammunition to go after you, then that will undermine our elections. And when that happens, it can lead to instability. We don't need that in this country of 3 million people. But again, we will be back next Sunday with my main man, Sariang Marong, going on. And Keba, it was good for you to join us. And hopefully very soon, because coalition, we're running out of time too. And I'm hoping that there should be a timeline. If we can get a coalition, let's allow the parties to go out there and sell their agenda. Parsaka, UMC, we are ready there. you are ready there.
Paramos, you did good, but sometimes you waver too much. But
I just say things that you don't like me to say. Parsaka, mom. Pramga principles are me, mota, but even their support, and I sometimes sympathize with them, they get 2%, 3%. No, you gotta play the card that you are dealt with. If you take principles and you put it above, wallahi, we're in trouble. So guy.
But I have a question for you and Esa and Keba before we log off. That's gonna be my last word. I have to throw because I just remember I started up. So Fatimos, I want to throw this out there to all the viewers.
Huh?
Do we really believe that the part of the tree that grows down is very similar to the part of tree that grows up?
You said that. I didn't even know what you were talking about.
You don't know that? You never had that?
No, you said the part of the tree
that grows down is the same part of tree that grows up. Maybe I'm confusing you.
No, Esa is the PhD student. I'll let it.
And I'll go further. I'll go further.
Maybe we're gonna do. I'm telling you, this is deep. We gotta believe.
It's deep, and I definitely like to bring Esa on. And that way we can have
next week we'll talk about the side of the tree growing up and going down.
I didn't think that I would confuse you, but today
it's almost 5 o'clock.
Your mojo, man. I'm telling you today.
No, next week, bro, bring this up, and then we can
flesh it out. Man. Sounds good. Sounds good,
brother. We're leaving next Sunday. We will be back, inshallah. And we thank you all about Lamin Silati Samate. Like you, this is the practical man. He makes the practical deals, and then Barrow will be defeated. Don't listen to these idealist folks. They are on theory. I'm going to PhD student. What do you expect? Hi, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Kevin, good to see you, man. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sorry.